diagnosis, and not just diagnosis, but consulting in terms of be able to continue creating a new channel of treating your patients, and of course, opening up payment channels. So we're able to help you innovate your practices. We've got things like online calendars, so the doctor seated wherever they are, even if the doctor is seated in here, they can see what's happening in their practice in real time. We can have patients, you can also tell them, this and guys, in future, book an appointment online. You can have a seamless communication platform with your patients, things like SMS, things like email, telephone calls, marketing your practice, and of course the telehealth. So I think ours is just to really challenge you as caregivers and major hospitals, and of course thank RUPHA very much for giving us this opportunity to come here today. But just try to tell you that anybody who doesn't innovate dies. You remember when Kodak used to be the main thing in the 70s and 80s, and they didn't see the digital camera coming. They refused to innovate and they died. So as healthcare providers, we just want to challenge you. Just try and think and go with the times. The technology trends are changing. And if you're able to innovate, then you're going to go with the streams. And if you fail to innovate, time is going to catch up with you, technology is going to catch up with you, and unfortunately, you'll find you'll be left behind. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me bring our last speaker for today, Ecomed.
Morning, everyone. Morning, doctor. My name is Jessie Zhang. I'm from Ecomed company. I believe last year I met all of you before, and this year is a new year. And first is thanks for the RUPHA. Always we, the strong support for us, and it's a very good relation with the RUPHA already. And also for the doctor, actually, for me, this time I'm being here very much appreciate because this year is a special year, and but we are all safe and here and very appreciative for this meeting. And today I just give a brief introduction for us. And most of the doctors, I believe, already know us. But this year we have some new things to show all of you. And firstly, we have a general look for the Ecomed. For us, I believe many doctors already know us is a manufacturer and distributor for the medical equipment. But for the previous one, we have, like currently we have the patient monitor, we have the ultrasound, we have the satellite, table, and the digital video colposcope, everything. Let us show the product line. This is the history, and it's we previously the agent and the gradually manufacturer. Now we have the 6 production lines. This is the many products we have, like a patient monitor, ultrasound, the satellite, table, the digital video colposcope, and also the medical film viewer. Let us show. This is for the Ecomed. For Ecomed is some products. Some products we have already showed here, and later if your doctor have any issue, and then you can come to us to check. For some new items I want to introduce today is about another Royal Meditech and Akira. And these two is all also from our company, but it's a different branch. Like previously, they are mainly launched in China. Like we don't have the international team to do the, introduce to the overseas countries, but now we have. That's why today I want to share some new information. First, about the Royal Meditech. Royal Meditech, we are doing for the laboratory, the medical device, the hospital furniture, the sanitation products, and the personal, the PPE. And we can have a general look for these items. For example, for the laboratory, like we have the hematology analyzer, like the biochemistry analyzer, these equipment, and also microscope, the autoclave. And for the medical device, and we also add some new operation lights. Like this one is also LED. It have a mobile one. It also have the ceiling one. Also have the pendant, the infant in computer, the examination light. Like all these, currently we all can supply. So for your hospital, anything you need, you can come to us. And also for the medical device, for example, for the digital thermometer, and also for the blood pressure machine, the weighting scale, and also for the fetal Doppler, the nebulizer, and also have the non-invasive ventilator, especially for this COVID case, the oxygen concentrator, the vein finder, and also for the also have the bedside panel, and also for the endoscopy, all of these. This is about also for the furniture, like for the hospital bed, the trolley, the medical mattress, the gynecology chairs, the furniture, everything, the emergency trolley. We can have a general look for these details, like the wheelchairs, the drip stand. This one, and also this is the PPEs for the fog, for the infrared scanning, temperature scanner, the UV sterilizer. UV sterilizer is mainly for the, like it can produce the ultraviolet light, and then it can kill the the bacteria in your room, like in your office, hospital, everywhere you can use. This is the PPEs for the face shield, the mask, for the shoes, the glove. This is for the for Royal Meditech, and then we have the Akira. And for this one is mainly for the imaging system. For example, for the X-ray, for the digital one. This branch is mainly for the X-ray machine, and we have the like 200 frequency, 300 frequency. Also have the 100. This is the tabletop one, and we also have the mobile one. Is a CM. This is X-ray CM imaging system. We can have a general look, and this is the MRI, and for this imaging system. For CT scan, this is for Akira. This is what I want to share with all of the older friends, the new friends, about some news from us. Now this year we are not only Ecomed, and now we also Royal Meditech and Akira for the different position, different field. We have all of this one professional, and same with Ecomed. We always put the quality and price on the same level. We balance it greatly, and this is our target, also our mission. And also I hope 2020 from now on we are looking forward next meeting 2021. We are here again to meet all of you. And any question you have, you can come to us and ask us. That's all the introduction about us, and I hope 2021 will be a better year for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ecomed. We'll be having other speakers coming after shortly after the session we are getting into. It is now my great pleasure to bring to us the chairman of the Rural Private Hospital Association to carry us on for this session.
All right, friends and colleagues, good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Did you have a nice rest? I'm very encouraged to see all of you back. I am keeping the register. So kama umekosa, kuna vitu tutafanya next year. Anyway, that's it's a joke. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have made very good progress. It is my pleasure this morning to introduce to all of us friends of the association. We are joined by the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Wakili Nelson Harvey. And we are also joined by the Secretary General of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, Daktari Chibanzi Machwanda. I think we can all agree that is a very high-powered delegation. Ama namna gani? You agree? Yes. Now, the first one on stage, I was just trying to brief both of them. And I know we are giving them the brief as they sit down, but these gentlemen are very brilliant guys. If you are 5 minutes, they will orient themselves. But the first one on stage is the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Wakili Nelson Harvey. I will let you know something interesting. Wakili and I, we have some history. First, we both come from Kakamega County. Let me just move this. That is true, Silio. I think we are both from Kakamega County. No, I don't think it is true. And then, more interesting, Wakili and I went to the same high school. We are alumnus of the same high school in a small place called Musingo High School. Have you guys heard of Musingo High School? Yes. We are known for rugby, but these days we are also getting known for kusumbua serikali. So Wakili is a great friend. Actually, even more interesting is the treasurer of the Rural Private Hospital Association, David Msita, is also an alumnus of the same high school. So there's quite a bit of connection. And when Wakili was coming in, I had them saying to each other, David, come and honor your WhatsApp message. I hope it's not a coup you are planning. All right. Yes. So it's my pleasure to invite Wakili Nelson Harvey to give us his remarks.
Good morning. I didn't expect a big gathering like this. Often when I'm invited to speak, well, in forums not like this, this is the first time I'm speaking to doctors. I always see a few, I always meet and see few people. Mr. Chairman, Tariq, I'm delighted to be given the opportunity to speak to you. I've been asked to speak about the nature of contracts, how to negotiate effectively. Permit me to start from a point, a philosophical point that I've always used. The great philosopher Plato said this, that good men require laws for them to act responsibly, but bad men will find their way around the law. In essence, therefore, that's the reason as to why we need the law. And one of the laws that govern the affairs of man is the law of contract. What is the nature of contracts? Contracts, in their nature, are of binding effect. They are covenants. If broken, they have legal and financial consequences. The book of Genesis is not only a religious book, but is a historical book. It documents about 3 fundamental contracts. One was the contract between Yahweh and Abraham. 2 was the contract between God and the people of Israel. With Moses as God spoke first, and the people of Israel as other contracting parties. You know what happened when Moses realized that the people were not abiding by the contract? He threw the stone tablets down and they were broken. In essence, signifying what happens when people do not make their contractual obligations. The last contract that I want to quote from the book of Genesis will be the contract that was executed by Abraham when he wanted to bury his wife and he didn't have land. He had to contract and buy a cemetery to buy that land. In our midst, there are employers and employees. And the two categories of people have different obligations. And over and above the two contracted people in an employment relationship, there are other relationships that transcend the environment in which you, as doctors and medical practitioners, serve. You will need to get into engagements with governments. You need to get into engagements with the state agencies and other players. The manner in which you negotiate your contract will have a big impact on how you perform those contracts and deliver in your core mandate, either as an employee or as an employer practicing in the medical sector. I will highlight a few elements of what constitutes fundamental terms and conditions of contracts. Of course, there are those terms and conditions that are so fundamental that if broken, then the contract will come from the end. There are other terms, though important, are not so fundamental that if broken, will bring the contract. What then is your responsibility to ensure that you get into contract of a binding nature which benefits you and sustains the venture for which you contracted? Many will think you need a lawyer to get into a good contract. Yes and no. Some will say, as a doctor or a medical practitioner, I'm well equipped to know that which is important in the field in which I want to contract. Yes and no. I remember a doctor once told me that the only way in which I'm able to diagnose the problem and give the correct prescription of medicine to alleviate your plight is if I understand fully what you suffer from. So it is important that as a contracting party, you understand what you're getting into. You need to know the parameters of what ground you can see and what ground you must maintain. And I have, in my interactions in the recent past, always told my doctor friends that the problem that the devil you in the medical fraternity is this. You reside in a cocoon. It's called the silo mentality. That I will set up a hospital, I will employ doctors, I will have patients, we will treat them, and we will expand. I don't want to call it a business because medicine is a vocation. We will expand the vocation. But you see, in doing so, and that is a noble task, we need to realize that the practice of medicine is not isolated. It is taken within the confines of other vocations. So that as and when you sit with a lawyer in the boardroom to tell him the details of what you want to contract, you need to understand both the peculiar environments and the outside environment that you want to operate in. Time frames. You need to ascertain from your own abilities whether the time within which you require to perform a particular task is within your ability to meet. Don't leave these assignments to the legal draftsman, because the legal draftsman or the legal draftswoman will only put pen and paper only on that which you've agreed. That is your need. Consideration, or let's put it in more easier to understand terms, money. There can never be a contract unless there is consideration. The government of the Republic of Kenya has gotten into an understanding with the government of Cuba in order that the government of Cuba can second medical practitioners in Kenya to supplement, I don't know whether it's need to supplement, complement the power, so that the doctor-patient ratio is enhanced at an equilibrium reached. What is the consideration? What is the government of Kenya doing that? What is your role as a medical practitioner here in that engagement? What do you, forgive me if I'm doing for them, what do you have to do to ensure that the interests of the members are well taken for? Dr. Chibanze Chonga, unajua nyinyi kila siku mnapenda kulia. The government is not taking care of our interests. The government can never take care of your interests. And it's for good reason. Because the first contract in any constitutional democracy is the social contract. The contract between the government and the people. And the contract is there to confine the exercise of power by the ruler. So back to that point, consideration. There must be adequate consideration. The circumstances in which these contracts are entered into. We have a principle in law which is borrowed from the New Testament, that you need to mind the welfare of your neighbor. Jesus posts the question, who then is my neighbor? I didn't come with the Bible, so don't worry, I'm not referring to it. Who is your neighbor? Can somebody give an answer? You know, unlike you doctors, who after you've given small death to the patient, who knows small death? There used to be a writer called Wahome Mutai. He used to refer to the small death. Anesthesia is the small death. So after you've given small death to the patient, your work becomes easy. You're able to work without interference. But unlike you, because the client is conscious of the environment, exactly what you're doing. So the question asked, who really is your neighbor, is not just a religious question, it's a legal question. And it was posed in a celebrated case by the name Donoghue versus Stevenson. There is a beer called ginger beer. Who has ever sipped ginger beer? It's good to be in the midst of doctors. They are sober 24/7. So nobody has ever sipped ginger beer. So ginger beer was a famous beer in the in the early 19th century. And then this gentleman, Donoghue, went to Mkahawa to have a drink in the evening after attending to patients. Then we didn't have the small death. So if they had to amputate your leg, they were amputating the leg as you lament. So I don't know whether he was a doctor. So he went to Mkahawa in the evening to have his beer. Then when he was taking his beer, he noticed that there was a snail at the bottom of the bottle. He was so offended that he decided to institute legal action against the Mama Pima, then Stevenson, who served him beer. Lord Atkin formulated the principle of good care. He defined who a neighbor is. So that as you get into the contract, realize that the contract is likely to have implications to parties outside those contracting. It's therefore important. Much earlier in the development of the law of contract, nobody other than the contracting parties will sue. But now you've seen, if KEMSA gets into a procurement contract that affects people outside that contract, the people outside that contract are entitled to make demands, accountability. And the Constitution of Kenya has come in with more stringent measures to ensure that there is accountability, so that you as a hospital, you as a doctor, you as, where the good lady, the one who was showing us the medical equipment. Yeah, I will call her Hua. Do you know what Hua means in Chinese? Hua, where are you? Yeah, Hua means flower. So that Hua, you can get into trouble if you don't acquaint yourself with the law of the land when contracting. So it is very fundamental that you acquaint yourself with the law of the land. I don't know how much time we've taken. Musita, how much time have we taken? Slightly more than 10 minutes. I was given 20 minutes, so I'll ensure that I confine myself to 20 minutes. Because we guys from Singu are very precise when it comes to dispatch. I'm told the other school that rivals us is Alliance Girls. Anybody from Alliance Girls? And they'll be more notorious if they went to Nairobi school, medical school. Now that we've reached at this point where we've kind of demarcated the parameters upon which you need to contract, we need to go to the next level, because contracts are never permanent. Contracts are time-bound. You will perform your contract to completion if it was a 5-year contract, or your contract may be brought to an abrupt end by factors beyond your control. These factors are what we call in law force majeure, intervening events. Some call them acts of God, but for those who don't believe in God, we can comfortably say acts of the devil. COVID-19 is one of the acts of the devil. It's brought to a halt many contracts. The government of the Republic of Kenya has attempted legislative measures to ensure that the plight arising out of the effects of COVID-19 are ameliorated. Unfortunately, the pandemic relief bill that is currently pending in Senate has taken longer than was expected to come to your aid. Many people, in particular those in the medical field, have been affected. I'm sure you as doctors, you as medical practitioners, you as third parties who facilitate the practice of medicine have experienced these problems. You have a contract where you have to supply. You can't supply because the airspace has been closed. You can't supply because you cannot access finance that was promised by your financier. What do? You need to break the contract. And when you break the contract before maturity, then there are consequences. You'll be required to pay damages. Look at an employment contract, for instance. If you have doctors, you have nurses, if you have dentists, these are people who will need to be taken care of when contracts have been broken for reasons other than those attributed to them. And because in our midst, we fall in the dichotomy of employers and employees, and I must emphasize the need for harmonization of the discussion insofar as this issue is concerned. Allow me to refer to a book that I always use as a guide. It's called Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Dr. Robert Kiyosaki. I don't know whether he's a medical doctor, but he's a doctor. He says, mind your own business. It doesn't mean that you look the other side. It means if you are in that environment where you're employed, you need to look for ways that can sustain you outside that employment. It doesn't mean that you're breaching the contract. But it may also mean that you're breaching the contract. For instance, if you work in Dr. Masita's hospital and then you have your own clinic, you're taking patients there, then you're breaching the contract. But you may have a butchery where you're selling meat. Dr. There is this joke that I'm told is prevalent in med school. But don't worry, if you fail in surgery, you can succeed in butchery. you will own a butchery and you will be operating on a subject that really does not complain. So you can have the side hustle. Let me conclude by providing avenues of solution to contracts that have come to an end either by themselves or that have been broken. There is a famous reggae musician, not the one that you all know that nobody can stop reggae, no, not that. He says that you must negotiate. And if you don't negotiate with the landlord, you will litigate. Who knows that song? No, you doctors are very dull. Can you have some live friends? Daktari, my chonda. Many jokes are told of lawyers. There are many comedies that are reproduced of lawyers. I don't know why we don't have any of doctors. Is there any doctor joke? Good. At least you've laughed. So if you don't negotiate, you litigate. If it has reached a point in time that you have to litigate, then you need to make a very good decision, a choice of how best to take care of your interest now that the contract has come to an end. You can either go to court, you can go for mediation, you can go for arbitration. All these are parameters within which a dispute arising out of a binding contract, which though negotiated, has failed, and you must litigate. It is not only you who suffer the malaise of quacks, those who excelled in butchery but want to practice surgery. We also have many of those in our field. So have an informed view of what legal mind you want to handle your case. Do some little research, check, find out the expertise of this lawyer in the matter you want to instruct him or her. Because if you make a mistake, then the contract which you wanted to be remedied through a litigation, mediation, or arbitration will not give you relief. I think I've spoken sufficiently to add no. But you see, when you volunteer for public service, you take up a leadership role. It is a political role. And often they will tell you, we don't want you doctors to engage in politics. What is politics? Politics is administration governed by law. The biggest contract that is relevant to you as medical practitioners is the contract you sign with government. I've, over the last few days, been speaking to some of your leaders, and I've told them the problem that afflicts medical practitioners is this. We have bad policies that are transformed into law without the vigilance of professionals. And let me calibrate the wider subject of professionals and make it small and speak without the vigilance of doctors. For you to take care of the interest of the medical practitioners in Kenya, you need one umbrella body anchored in law that demarcates the parameters of engagement between the medical practitioners and the government. Because the fields of medicine are vast, there may be peculiar need to have specific associations to cater for specific experts. But the legal framework that acknowledges the role of medical practitioners can only be sustained through an act of parliament. There are no two ways about it. Because for us lawyers, we have the Law Society of Kenya Act, which is separate from the Societies Act, which is separate from the Companies Act, upon which we anchor the legal framework of our own internal regulation mechanism, as well as engagement with other players. Friends, if you don't negotiate, you will litigate. You will issue strike notices, nobody will listen to them. You will go to court, they will stop your strikes. Thank you so much. I look forward to interacting with you more. Asante sana. That's all I mask.
Okay, another proper round of applause for the President of the LSK. You know, when he talked about small death, I was wondering who is that who has been doing small death. But the one feeling I got when Wakili was talking was, this is my own feeling, I was waiting with bated breath. I was just waiting for you to say, let reggae start. And I was just thinking about the reggae song. I think this one is called The Landlord and Tenant. Yes, by somebody called Max Romeo. But there is a very nice clip of Wakili Nelson Havi dancing to a reggae song on Twitter. I don't know who has seen that song. You've seen it, isn't it? Yeah, if you look at Wakili's Twitter handle, you will see where all the reggae comes from. And when I also looked at the president of LSK, your attire, I think if you walk anywhere, people just give way.
But indeed, it is very enlightening listening to you and just making us think as healthcare professionals about how we need to interact with the laws of the land. I think one of the things that sadly, and I don't know whether my colleague, Dr. Machonda, will agree, the sad thing about healthcare professionals in any situation is they always think they know everything. I think that is our nature. One of the most difficult things to get going in any situation, especially in Kenya, is to get healthcare professionals in one room and have them agree on a subject matter. It becomes very, very, very tenuous. For instance, yesterday I was talking to Dr. Kilias when he said there are plans to change the Kenya Health Professionals Oversight Authority, which was now introduced by the Health Act, or is it the 2017 one? Yes, there are plans. The ministry is thinking of changing that. And I had to ask, on our end, what we are thinking is that the ministry will be strengthening KH Power, giving it resources, because as healthcare providers, we are now relying on that oversight authority to help us transact our business. But he says, no, we are actually thinking of, changing the whole thing. And I had to ask him why. And he said, he whispered to me, it has been very difficult to get nurses, clinical officers, radiographers, laboratory technologists, and medical doctors to work together harmoniously within one authority. So, for instance, I think you've been seeing, what we are calling here is vested interest. So what is happening with KH Power, for instance, is KMPDC, the Council for Doctors, would say, if we are going to inspect anywhere, it is us, KMPDC, who should take the lead. You understand what I'm saying? And then the laboratory technologists will say, but why? You have no idea about laboratory, the vast nature of the field. So part of the solution is, I think as healthcare professionals, we need to talk to each other, but more importantly, I think we need to learn to listen to each other. This is where the issue is. And I think when in your closing remarks, you mentioned that unless and until we have an association that brings, an act that brings all our interests together as health professionals under one umbrella, the tactics of divide and rule will keep operating for our scenario, and you can see them every day in our operations. So thank you so much, Wakili Nelson Avi, for your wonderful remarks. Let's give him another round of applause. So it is my distinct pleasure now to welcome a colleague who Wakili Avi targeted in his remarks. Akuje ajitete, akuje aseme what is happening with the healthcare workers. And I want to challenge Daktari that for us, the Rural Private Hospital Association, we are operators in the health sector, but we are private investors. In other words, we have doctors working in our facilities, nurses, lab techs, radiographers, but they are not on government payroll. They are on payroll from resources obtained through private investment. And sometimes I usually get the slight feeling that when KMPDU speaks, it speaks for the public sector. I don't know whether that is what you also feel. But we hope that when Daktari says healthcare worker rights, those healthcare worker rights apply to health workers across board, isn't it? Whether you are in private sector or you are in public sector, because we are all serving the same, citizens of this country. For instance, when you have been seeing the unfortunate deaths of our colleagues in the line of duty from COVID, it gets a lot of media highlight when the death has happened to a public sector doctor, isn't it? But we all know here that there are doctors in private practice, nurses, and all that who have succumbed to COVID, isn't it? And we also know that when we talk about availability of PPE, for instance, it has been very, very difficult for us in the private sector to tap into that PPE resource at county level, at national level, isn't it? I know, for instance, when Jack Ma, you guys know Jack Ma gave us PPE, Sindio? and this was a donation. But at my facility in Joro, I can tell you for a fact I have had patients who have come in there and, a day or two later after we had sorted them for an issue, turns out they had COVID. I have had members of my own clinical staff who have actually been diagnosed with COVID. Now, where do we get PPE, for instance, for private healthcare providers? Aren't we part of the same boat, isn't it? So I think when we talk of the rights, it is probably cross-cutting. And therefore, my colleagues, it's my pleasure to invite the Secretary General of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, Dr. Chitanzi Mwachonga.
Thank you very much. Do you have a sanitizer for this? I must ask for that. I just spray it. I don't know if you can spray. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. I sat here and I listened, and before I speak, I must say that I'm glad that I've been given this opportunity to come and interact with my colleagues and also those who have invested in the private health sector in Kenya. I think from where we sit as KMPDU, healthcare is a right, and one thing I know is that rights are not given, not in a country like Kenya. Rights are fought for, And I listened to my colleague, Nelson, and I think when he mentioned Cuba, I asked myself, is he Fidel Castro? The answer tells itself. Or are we in Che Guevara's territory? But I think all who know Harvey know that he's very passionate about the way our country runs. And he's not the only one. We are so many of us. I think it's just that we are talking from different angles and talking in the different sectors. And why do I say this? Because today I've been given a topic here that is healthcare workers and COVID-19. But from a broad perspective and from my understanding, COVID-19 has not just affected healthcare workers. It has affected all workers. And the underlying principle of COVID-19 is that it's an occupational safety and health issue. We do have a law, the OSH Act 2007, WIBA 2007, but that is a law that has been very silent in this country. And COVID has exposed that. But what efforts have we seen from everyone involved as a worker to try and make sure that this law is applied to its full effect? And once we all understand that, then I think this voice of the plight will not just come from healthcare in this country, because that is where we are. And so what is COVID-19 and what has it placed upon us? I think COVID-19 being a global situation, a public health emergency, places it right at the core of the health sector. But it is also an economic crisis. So it is two crises in one, economic and health. And that then puts us in a situation where even investors, and I heard of my colleague Dr. Brian Lishenga, even you as investors in the private health sector have been hard hit by this. I think at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a scale down of clinical activities and even patient flow into the hospitals. That resulted in revenue dips. And what did we see? The effect also on the workforce that you handle. So these are realities and challenges that have been brought to us by COVID-19. But who's borne the greatest burden of this pandemic? I always say that yes, it has affected all of us, but the people who've borne the greatest burden has been the healthcare workers. And this is globally. We began with COVID-19 as dealing mainly with COVID-19 patients, but given the level of transmission of the disease, not just in our country, the community transmission, I mean, any patient who walks into the facility is now a potential COVID patient from the experiences of healthcare workers and from the experiences we've seen. And that puts the requirement for personal protective equipment, as you put, at a much higher demand than we were in April. What is the work environment that is required? When a country is at war, all efforts are put to ensure that the soldiers who are on the front line are well taken care of. And let me just give the scenario of how our defense forces in this country, the defense forces, how they're well taken care of. They may not have a voice to voice their challenges because in the security sector. But if today the country was at war in the borders, you had a soldier hit or hurt, they'd be airlifted, they have a Forces Memorial Hospital, and even if they died, the family is assured of compensation. But what about our healthcare workers? Today, the first doctor who died was from the private sector, Dr. Doreen. And I actually took my time and went and spent time with the CEO and the management of Nairobi South Hospital. And I got to understand the challenges that Dr. Lishenga is talking about. Those challenges are challenges I captured as part of the reprieve that we were seeking for. And you know, I'll go to why up until now it's still something that is still on paper. Is that one, the VAT on equipment, on testing kits, on reagents, that should have been scrapped off in a pandemic situation. You know, provision of PPEs. The PPEs should be bought at a price that would perhaps be at cost and not bring on board the taxes. But there are interests here, and the business interests. And this is something I put in a memorandum to the 5th Extraordinary Summit chaired by the President and the Council of Governors and all government actors, where decisions are made. In July, in December, that is yet to be done. And now, this is where the question comes. The contracts that were being talked about here. So as doctors, as professionals, we sign contracts to offer service, but as a society, with the government that is running the country today, also signed a contract with all of us as a society. And when that contract is not being adhered to, then there's a problem. And in the words of Marcus Aurelius, the impediment to action. The impediment to action pushes us to action. What stands in the way becomes the way. So today we are faced with a situation where healthcare workers across private and public sectors are bearing the brunt of COVID-19. But what is coming out is it's more like in the public sector. Perhaps because as a union, our key pillar is to try and improve the public health sector. But there is one premise in which unions operate. If we are to achieve the social change that we all yearn for, then the union cannot operate on its own. We need alliances. We need the society to understand the plight. And once you have alliances with Law Society of Kenya, you have alliances with the Private Health Facilities Association, you have alliances with the medical associations, and you all come together and say that this is where we are, and this is something that must be addressed, and we are all demanding, because holding to account government is an elephant, you know. Government is an elephant that cannot be held to account by 1 or 2, 3, 4 organizations. It requires a collective effort. When we see doctors dying, when we see nurses dying, we all know the time it takes to get them trained, and we all know that we have a serious shortage in this country. So one way or another it will affect you. You will go to the facility, the time required for you to see the nurse or the doctor will be prolonged, and you will say that this hospital is inefficient, they take so long, let me go to this side. Now in the private sector, you've really tried. But in the public sector, where 99% of Kenyans, I'd say comfortably, because I know in this country, most of us have our relatives in the villages who rely on the public health sector, feel this brunt every day. And so the question is, for how long will we let health, which is a social pillar, be the business of others and not our core business? And not our core business determine everything. So if as health sector organizations, and when I talk of organizations, I'm talking of us who are in the labor side of health. You have RUPHA, which is in the business and investment side of health. If we keep quiet on how health is run in the country, then we become the problem. So perhaps it's time, and I'll challenge you today, to start thinking of how we can all come together and amplify the voice and the efforts to secure our own health. I may shout myself so hoarse about the welfare and plight of the workers and the people I represent, which is over 8,000 doctors. But if those who've invested in it, in the same sector, are watching from the sidelines, then we might not get to where we all want to be. And one thing that has also come out quite strongly that is needed now in this country for the healthcare workers is their psychosocial and mental health well-being. 8 months of shortages, of seeing your colleague die, has had an effect. So yes, there are strikes right now. And they're going to be, I can assure you. They're going to be even in the next 2 weeks, because the government is unmoved. But what will it take for us to move government? It will take collective effort for the government to start to understand that it is important that our plight is all taken care of. So where we are, apart from the fact that the strikes have demands, you're also experiencing the outburst of the psychosocial strain, emotional strain, and well-being of the healthcare workers. So you might not understand this and say you took an oath. And I've said this, taking an oath, no one takes an oath to undertake a suicide. Then there's no point, because if you die today, you leave behind a gap. The doctor population ratio is 1 to almost 10,000. So 10,000 people not taken care of. That's the gap you leave. And it is critical that we all start seeing it from that perspective. The actions that are taken can be stopped if every single person, and society is powerful. Most of you here have connections to where it matters. If you can take time to understand what is being said by the healthcare workers, And through your networks and connections, reach out to those who run the government and tell them, listen, these concerns are valid, these concerns need to be addressed. Let us not look at this and approach this from a political perspective. They will be addressed, because sometimes when the same thing is said from 100 voices, no matter your stand, at some point you'll have to say, no, it can't be that I'm the only one who has a contrary opinion and everyone else is telling me the same thing. So it is important, and that is my request and plea to you as I conclude, that let us now from here take interest in what the healthcare workers are saying and use our connections and networks to reach out to the powers that be. Because I do not want to imagine the crisis that we'll have this December if nothing is done and it continues the way it is. You will not just bear the brunt of it as the private sector, but myself, yourself, and your family members will bear the brunt of it. Thank you.
I think I should also say weka sanitizer hapa. Wapi? So, a better round of applause for Dr. Machonda. I don't know if you felt like I felt. It felt very emotionally touching. Did you feel it that way? It felt like, you know, we, all of us, this is our responsibility. It is in your own way as a healthcare, an investor in healthcare, you have a voice, and that voice can be heard at even your local level, at your county level, you know, within the people, with the people you interact with. I think, Dr. you put it very, very clearly. And I sort of have an understanding personally about the sort of momentous task that you have been engaging in. Sometimes I follow discussions on the KMPDU page. This is the doctor's page on Facebook. And you know, all I hear is Machonda this, Machonda that, he cannot do this, he can't do that. But sometimes I think that our leaders, people like Machonda and Harvey, sometimes they don't get the credit they deserve, isn't it? So, because really, the task of leadership is a hard task. And for most people who step up to leadership, especially in non-government positions, let me say that, are actually doing a sacrifice. You know, they are putting their lives, their time, their families on the line just to achieve a social good. And I think in that sense, our two colleagues here deserve a better round of applause. Maybe we even stand up and clap for them. Let's stand up. Let's give them a round of applause for the work that they are doing for the country. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for what you're doing. We really appreciate it. Okay, let's have a seat. So we have agreed that because of the nature of the team that we have here, and there could be some interaction that our colleagues want to have with you. So we are allowing for some 10, 15 minutes of some questions. You know, maybe you have something you want to ask Wakili, or you have something you want to put to Dr. Machonda. We are going to allow the mic going around and have some of those questions taken, and maybe they can give us their opinions. I will ask our two guests to come to the dais, so that everybody can see you. And we can field some questions and have a discussion amongst ourselves. Right, so the mic is going around. Iende pamoja na sanitizer tafadhali. And if you are sitting next to a window that can be opened, please open it. We need to make sure that you are having as good ventilation as possible wherever you are. Tafadhali, open a window. If it is a door, something next to you that can be opened. Let's make sure we get good ventilation around the room. So, LSK President Wakili, part of the reason why we wanted you to talk about contracts is actually, as investors in private, in health in the country, next year we are expected to get into a new contracting cycle with the National Hospital Insurance Fund. And we had our colleagues from NHIF here yesterday, and one of the things, just to get us started, one of the things that we requested, and we said NHIF, this is our rudimentary thinking as doctors, we're not legal experts. We thought that the state corporation that NHIF is, maybe is also bound by the Public Participation Act. And when it is contracting, we might, we have requested that before, these contracts come to Makori's desk, or they come to Majune's desk, or to Purity from Kerugoya, maybe as an association, a duly registered association which represents them, we can have a look at this contract and we can give feedback, we can input into it. What we have experienced in other contracting cycles, like the one which ran from 2018 to next year, is the contracts were drafted somewhere by, what is the name of the legal firm? I think I should report this legal firm to the president of the LSK. What your contract inakuwa imewekwa stamp ya kina nani? Is it Mohammed and Muigai? Is it isn't it? I think so. So there's the legal firm contracted by NHIF to come up with the contracts. So these contracts arrive on our desks, and the branch manager for your region simply tells you, your contract by Monday, and this is maybe Friday. Bring it signed back on my desk. Now, we are looking at next year, and we have requested the National Hospital Insurance Fund that before we sign these contracts, can we please have a look and input? But we are approaching it from the public participation angle. So maybe you can give us some advice on that. That is what I would first put, and then back to the floor. If there's something on the contracts that you want Nelson Harvey to advise on. I see a hand at the back there.
Good morning.
Morning.
Wakili and Daktari asanteni kuja. And Wakili, I wish you all the best tukijaribu kuattain that gender role. So I'd like to start with the contract issue. NHIF gives us classified contracts, which they sit and make by themselves. We don't negotiate. Even with that, they can't even breach their own contracts, they don't honor them. Like the facility I come from, we were given a comprehensive contract, and all of a sudden they just changed without application for change. And I was trying to put a question across, but it is possible for us to find a way about it, for the litigation and arbitration seems to be failing us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel. Emmanuel is from Busia County, New Busia Hospital. Do we have any other question on contracts for Wakili? I can see a hand at the very back. Can we get a mic? Oh, okay, bring it here to George. Emmanuel, just behind you, the lady behind you also has a question. Mpatie sanitizer hapo tafadhali.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President, and my colleague, Dr. Machonda, and my fellow investors, good morning. My question is to the President, and I wanted to ask him, now that I'm in contract with NHIF, despite the fact that they are breaching the contracts, and the people breaching the contracts are very junior officers, and they are forcing me to do things that are not in the contract, or they are actually breaching. For example, we have agreed that I need to do a surgery for 80,000. Somebody says, the money that we are going to pay you is 30,000 shillings. You like it, you don't like it, take it, or you don't take it. I'm forced now, because of desperation, to take that. or you are actually forced to do things that are not in the contract sometimes. Now I want to ask, is it legal, is it okay, is it contractual to sue the NHIF while in contract, or complain or take them to court for whatever they breached and the contract continue running, or once you take them to court the contract has a problem? That's the question. Thank you.
We'll take one more question on the issue of contracts. Please don't forget, it's not only about the National Hospital Insurance Fund. You're also in contracts with private insurance companies, MAKL, isn't it? Others. Maybe you are having some issue, you are wondering whether you have a legal recourse. Yes, Bonanjaki.
Thank you. My question is to agree. I listened very carefully about the issue of contracting. We, the facilities, disadvantaged in the sense that we are brought the contract and we actually sign at the dot. Maybe I would have been happier if only we could change this scenario, whereby we have one voice, negotiating voice, so that contracts from all insurances, we the providers have a say. Because as it is now, you are told the capitation of railway is 700, some people are given 1,000, others 1,600, the services are the same, and actually you don't understand. For NHF, who happens to be our major stakeholder, you are given a capitation of one insurance. We don't know how it was arrived at. Some facilities are given a rebate of 1,000, others are given 15, others 3,000, yet the services are the same. I wish there would be a way of having a common voice from the providers so that these agreements are vetted and they are agreed by all. And let us know how they arrive at these figures. Otherwise, as it is now, the business becomes very challenging. Asante.
Okay, so 3 questions for the president of LSK. We will do another round. Thank you, Vincent.
I will not take the questions unless there are 2 ladies.
2/3 gender rule. Okay, Sawa. We have a lady at the right back.
Yes, thank you very much. I was about to say 2/3 gender rule. Applies here.
Yes.
I have a question for Nelson Harvey, the president of LSK, and one for Dr. Machonda. And my first question to Mr. Harvey is, for example, you have a facility that has several facilities, like a hospital with several facilities. Now, the facilities are on lease agreement in terms of location. So you've rented or you leased a residence that you're operating in. But when you are leasing, you did not realize that the person who owns the building did not have the correct approvals from the county government. And now you're already in a lease agreement, and you're required maybe to renovate the premise, but you cannot renovate if they do not have the drawing and the permits for construction. How do you go about such a situation? My second question to Mr. Machonda is, I realize there's a tussle between public health practitioners and medical practitioners. And I'm a COVID-19 survivor, and I know I went through a hell of a deal through that period. My question is, I believe the situation would have been handled better had the medical practitioners left the public health practitioners take lead in managing the situation from the word go. However, you realize that the ministry, there's a lot of doctors at the helm of the ministry as opposed to public health practitioners. And the tussle is on superiority issues between the medical practitioners and the public health practitioners. So my suggestion and my question is, would it be a bit beneficial if the medical professionals take public health as a course if they want to really manage the risk and communicable diseases like COVID-19 in future? Thanks.
Mpenda. They have a chain of health clinics. I think that's where this question is coming from. Any other lady? Ladies? Vincent, you are not a lady. I know very well. I refuse. Any of the ladies with a question to maybe Dr. Machonda or the lawyer? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Anne from Favor Medical Services. My question goes to Mr. Harvey. There is a contract that we have with NHIF, and sometimes you find those QAs, they come, they want to
QS in full. Quality assurance.
Officers, yeah, they want to come and ask us to take the files to their office, and we have to keep the confidentiality of our patients because the files are only supposed to be accessed by a medical person, not a third party. So in that case, when they need those files to go to their offices, how do we handle now the confidentiality between our patients and the officers? The second question is concerning the MKAL. You know, we've agreed with them. The contract that we have is that we treat their patients. They give us the 900 and they copay of 50 bob. So sometimes if you claim less than 900, they don't pay you, and in the actual sense, you saw their patients. So what do we do when there's a contract? We have seen the patient and we've claimed. So why can't they pay what is in the contract? Thank you.
Right. I have a question for Dr. Machonda, so you can also take this. What is the position of the KMPDU on this issue of pre-authorizations for procedures? I have seen a lot of doctors complain. You are being asked to do, let's say, a hysterectomy for 50,000 or for an appendicectomy for 50,000. And if you are not agreeing to that, the thing we said yesterday, refer to GOK facility. And this has been going on. We learned from the NHIF yesterday that, and it actually is part of what our friends are talking about, breach of contract, because you know there's an agreed sum for what they will pay per procedure. But then they first don't want to pay that agreed sum, and then they are saying refer to government, and these are your members. Does KMPDU have a position on this matter, and how do you think between the union and our associations we can be able to synergize and get this moving forward? So, Wakili, I think you have a bunch of questions to take. Where is the mic? Yeah, let us sanitize now.
I will start with the question by the chair, which I think, if answered, may also address many of the other questions. The topic you gave me to discuss in the morning was quite appropriate. The nature of contracts and how to negotiate effectively. National Hospital Insurance Fund, though operated in a manner that indicates it's a government enterprise, is for all practical purposes a people's fund. It's a fund for the people you medical practitioners serve. And for that reason, I don't see the legal propriety, let alone the moral propriety of you being given a contract in the morning and asked to sign within 1 minute with a dotted line. Just say no. Some may want to say yes because they need that business. But remember what the Tari said. Of all vocations, this appears to be one of the major vocations where business interests want to determine what has to be done. In conclusion, I want you to look at, I don't know whether it's a meme or it's a cartoon, of where certain gentlemen are playing a game on a table. and beneath the table, actually, the stand of the table, people bending down. Have you seen it? And the caption is, all we need to do to end their game is to stand up. If all of you say we're not signing these contracts with NHIF unless it's been subjected to public participation, unless it's taken into account all our interests, they will listen to you. That is the solution. Just stand up. The game will end. Emmanuel, you spoke about these classified contracts. They enter into the contract, they breach them. I think my answer to the first question also applies to this. Let the contract be one that you have effectively negotiated. That is the only solution. There was a question about junior officers breaching the contract, and it was asked whether you can sue when the contract is still running, and if you sue, the contract comes to an end. No, the contract is time bound. It has obligations on both parties. If there is a failure of performance of obligations of one party, you can still sue without terminating the contract. So you should sue. Being asked to sign on the dotted line, the same answers before, just don't sign. Stand up, the game will end. Lady Penda, you get a premises, you want to customize them in order that you offer your services, then you realize it doesn't have approvals, and you get in trouble with the law. Due diligence is very important before getting into a contract. Don't lease an apartment block or a residential house that does not have a change of user to enable you to run a medical facility. It's as simple as that. If that person tells you we'll do it as we go along, is getting you into a situation where you have to litigate. Don't litigate. Negotiate. Get somebody else who can give you a facility that is approved by the government to enable you perform the services you want to perform. That is the solution. Lastly, Anne, you asked about the confidentiality when these officers from NHIF come and ask for these documents. I do not know the peculiar circumstances under which they ask for the confidential documents. But my answer will be this. We need a proper legal framework. And you, as stakeholders, need to assert your views on this matter. So that before these officers from NHIF come and demand these documents, then there has to be an elaborate legal framework to ensure that you do not infringe on the confidentiality that you owe to the clients you serve. They don't pay in time or at all what is contracted for. The same solution. And I repeat, this is the solution. Let the government or government agencies realize that health workers, directly or indirectly, play a fundamental role in Kenya as a constitutional democracy and in the achievement of health care as a pillar set out in the Constitution. Have your stake on the negotiation table. And when Dr. and I speak, don't castigate us because you've given us the mandate to go and speak for you. If he goes and negotiates, gets into a contract, wait, comply. Let him ensure that what is due to you is given. that in my humble view, will be able to ameliorate the concerns you've raised. And the NHIF, I'm told, is the biggest problem. They have been in court time without timber. They know how to maneuver. But they cannot maneuver if all of you speak and act together.
I think the take-home from the president is, don't litigate, do what? Negotiate, isn't it? Don't litigate, do what? Negotiate. I think this has been one of our major challenges, and maybe the president of LSK will come to this again, how we can negotiate as an association rather than as individuals. Back to Njagi's point, isn't it? So that at some point, it is not me alone or you alone, it is our collective voice. I think one of the things that happens, and you rightly put it, the NHIF is very good at maneuvering the system. They say, we only recognize that facility. We don't recognize the association. And I would put it on the next round. Maybe you can advise us, and Machonda as well, how you get into recognition agreements with these government agencies. Because I think when you're doing a CBA, before you sign the CBA, they must recognize KMPDU, right? And there's a process to getting into that recognition agreement. Maybe I'll put that to you as well. So, Dr. Machonda, please, you can take the questions.
Thank you. I think there was a question about tussles between public health practitioners and medical practitioners. COVID-19. This is a disease that is novel, or has been called is new, but I don't think that there's a tussle. We all have to appreciate that we will only deal with it if we collaborate. There's a space for everyone. Now, if you look at the entire context of the disease, from its spread, transmission, which falls more on the preventive side, through the public health practitioners, and then to the clinical aspect of it, where it largely affects your lungs and all other systems in your body, then you'll appreciate the fact that the public health practitioners have their role to play in the preventive aspect, and the clinical and rehabilitative aspect of it post-disease is a fault that the medical practitioners have to play. So the guidelines for COVID-19 have had to be developed on that angle. The preventive, the social distancing, the enforcement of the workplaces is more of public health than even for the medical practitioners. So everyone has their space to play in this. And personally, I don't see where there's any tussle, because once you have your role clearly defined, then you will stick to it. And it is only collaboration and teamwork that will help the public health practitioner also enforce from the knowledge on the clinical aspect of it. So, in conclusion is that we need to all agree that we have a role to play and define clearly what our role is and move together. If we keep on saying, this is mine, I should do this is mine, I should do this, then what happens in such a situation is that those who insist on such are left behind because there's work to be done. That work cannot wait for someone who is saying AB and then is saying DE. The work will be done and to be done by someone. So let us focus and do our roles. The pre-authorization for procedures, you know, I'll challenge you today to go and watch something on YouTube about the National Health Services in the UK. It's called the NHS, A Difficult Beginning. And that was after the swine flu pandemic. Now, in the NHS, A Difficult Beginning, the UK was trying to craft a healthcare system that would benefit the public. And in benefiting the public, they had to craft it in such a way that both the practitioners and the public benefit. So the issue of pre-authorization for procedures, we have the KMPDC fee guidelines, the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council fee guidelines on what each procedure would cost. There's an angle that we have to look at in how do we enforce the fee guidelines. And there's also an angle of how do we bring down the cost for the public. And I'm saying this, and I know that as a doctor, yes, these procedures are complex, they're difficult, and they take a lot of time in training to be able to do them safely. Now, NHIF pre-authorization, I'll tell you where the weak link is. Our position as KMPD, this came up first in 2018, if I'm not wrong. Our position was very clear that the fee guidelines are there. Let NHIF work around the guidelines and see, let them even give a cap of this is how much we can as an insurer. Then let us agree on how the rest can be agreed upon. But in enforcement, and I'll go back to the point where we have to stop looking at me as the individual to all of us collectively. And I like how lawyers do it. You know, you'll go to Harvey and tell him I have this case, and he'll tell you this is my fee. You'll say it's too much, this is too expensive. He will leave. You'll walk to the next, and the fee is the same. And you'll walk to the next, and the fee is the same. But what is happening in our profession? It's the exact opposite. That if I told you this, the patient will say, okay, this is expensive. They'll walk out, go to the next one. What have you told the other side? I can do it for less. And insurance companies have taken advantage of this in the profession because they're creating panels. And all this boils down to the capital-labor relationship. If you start seeing yourself as part of labor in this issue of fee guidelines and the work you do, then the only way out is collective. It cannot be an individual approach. It has to be a collective approach. We should come all together and say, this is what we will charge. We harmonize. Once we have harmonized the charges that you're talking about for the procedures, then it becomes a fee that is across everyone. There are those who will tell you, and it's normal and human to have someone say, mine I'll charge less because these people cannot afford. And those will say, I want to charge more because I took a lot of time in this. But if we can get to an agreement together and come to the union and say, fine, this is what we have agreed upon, we will help in enforcing it even through NHIF. So that is the solution. We have to come together, discuss this soberly, look at it from all angles and agree and harmonize. Once that is harmonized, then we take a position and we move with the position. Thank you.
I think that is a very clear response, Dr. Machonda. Vincent.
Good morning to our panelists and my dear colleagues. My name is Vincent from Vision Gate Eye Care Consultants. We're based in Busia County and Sierra County. I have two questions to the President, a man I hold in a very high esteem. And these are questions that are related to us as service providers in the private sector. In June next year, we're having our contracts reviewed. And from the experience, some of us who have been served with NHI for a number of years, we do have a direct relationship with the branches of NHIF. And previously, it's been that those of us who are so vocal, it's like we develop a hatred with the local management of the branches of NHIF. Even what my colleague from FEVA was talking about, the quality assurance coming to pick the documents and going that, all those are measures meant to intimidate those facilities in a manner that if you do not tear the line, then the contract is gone. For your information, currently as we are, a branch manager can terminate your contract without any further deliberations from the headquarters. So my direct question to the LSK chair is that what can we do? Because currently we already have contracts with NHIF, and as I also speak, almost 50% of our business is with NHIF. What can we do to ensure that? Because as far as we're concerned currently, even the facilities that we have that are contracted with NHIF, we know enough to serve the public. So what can we do from the LSK position to ensure that the facilities that are already contracted to date are not, their contracts are not terminated when they are doing the renewal? That was question one. Question two, that is slightly also related, as I said earlier, 50% of our business in the private sector is from NHIF. The other 50% of the business that was left is from private insurance companies. But of late, we've come to a realization that most of our clients, and I want to be very specific, especially if we go to the teacher sector, the teacher scheme have been with one insurance company for more than 5 years consecutively. I don't know whether it's because they are too competitive or what is it. Apart from that, we've got other companies that have coalesced towards the insurance companies that are taking up the teacher schemes, and wherever any other insurance company takes up, let's say like a county government, we are told that that insurance company is going to work under the supervision of another company. Maybe from the point of the Competition Authority of Kenya, what can the chair advise us so that, because as we speak today, we're already capped, because even if UAP gets a cover for Kirinyaga County, you're told, yes, you've got a contract with UAP, you're going to serve these people, but again under another pillar, so that instead of you negotiating with UAP, you're negotiating with another party. And that other party that we're talking about is also connected to this other company that has been with a given package. And that is, by the way, the teacher scheme is quite big. It's quite big. And the raw materials of a private insurance company are the patients. So what can we do to ensure that we have equity among these packages that come? And when we're talking about floating of tenders, equity comes ahead of any other thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Vincent. I will allow Wakili to take that. And in the interest of time, we will just cap it at that. However, there's a question which is in the air, but nobody seems to be asking to the president of the LSK. I don't know whether you are aware about this thing called what they were calling double jeopardy in terms of, let me just get this. In terms of payment of, what are they called, legal fees, statutory fees to bodies. So I'm talking specifically about the single business permit. I think in this country, the health sector, we are paying fees to various regulatory bodies, the medical, the KMPDC, radiology, laboratory. So at some point there have been rulings that because of this nature, we also do not pay this thing called single business permit. But the challenge has been, counties are enforcing this one differently. So some counties actually, are adhering to that ruling, to the law, and others are saying, no, that ruling was not done in this county, So we are not going to comply. And I think even as late as last week, there are people here who are being forced to pay this single business permit. Could maybe the President, as we conclude, comment on this? Mike? Mike, who has the mic? Now, ladies and gentlemen, as the mic comes forward, we want to move into the important session that we planned for this morning for our chief guests, which is the launch of our strategic plan. And I don't know whether our colleagues from SMART are here. SMART? Yes, we are also launching our cooperation with SMART via what we are calling the RUPHA SMART card. I hope you are here. Can move forward. So, Wakili.
Vincent, your question is, what can you do to ensure that despite your firm position on NHF, the branch managers do not terminate these contracts or fail to renew them come June 2021 when they are due for renewal? You remember where we started. The problem is not the laws. The problem is the bad men who want to go around the law. Two solutions. It is quite evident the other contracting party has a very strong standpoint. They have a lawyer who deals with all of you, if what I heard was correct. You need not have one lawyer to deal with all your contracts, but you can have one position. And when you insist on your position, you're likely to be attacked. You think they attack me because I'm doing anything wrong? No. Because the bad men and women find their way around the law. And we will continue saying this thing because there is no other answer. If you are alone, you are isolated. If you are together, they cannot isolate you. And then you asked whether the competition authority can chip in to rein in the monopoly. Same answer. The problem is not with the law. The problem is with the people implementing the law. And let me add one solution. Doctors, nurses, dentists, medical practitioners, find your way into the policy making and implementing organs of state. Get into parliament, get into county assemblies, influence decision making positively. If you think I'm speaking to the birds, go and read the book by Fidel Castro, In My Own Words. Che Guevara, doctor, revamped the medical sector in Cuba within 2 years. He was done with it. He was made Minister of Finance. He dealt with finance 1 year. It can be done. But if you want other people to influence what happens in the medical sector, yet they have no knowledge whatsoever, their forte, if they stand at the helm of policy decision, is propaganda, then you cannot succeed. Double jeopardy, this is an issue that we've litigated time without number. What I want to encourage you to do so that the problem is dealt with once and for all, I believe in the 47 counties, the medical fraternity is represented. Just like us lawyers, we have county attorneys in all the 47 counties. And if we want to cascade down a principle, we do it through them. I will give you an example. For instance, we, as the Law Society, just refused to appoint the chair of the Liaison and Planning Committee in Nairobi County. Why? Because the executive had taken it upon itself to interfere with devolved government and install a structure that was not recognized in law. And they can't go anywhere. They will fight, but that is the position. So be united in addressing concerns that afflict you individually or collectively. Thank you.
Asante sana Wakili. A round of applause for Wakili. Okay, so as we set up for the launch of the strategic plan, that is what we are doing now, which is the main function we invited our guests for. I just want to ask Dr. Machonda, who has a busy schedule, are we going on strike? Tunataka ukweli ya mambo, isn't it? Yes, is there going to be a strike? We want to know.
The decision to go on strike is there. I think it's very clear. Whether we'll go on strike or not is not dependent on the union. The strike will only be averted if the government stops focusing on all other matters and focus on the key issues in that strike notice, which is very clear. It's more on the plight, the lives of the doctors. And we've lost already too many. At 13, that is already too many for the country. So today is 11th, the 10 days. If the government agrees to resolve the matters as put forth, there'll be no strike. But if they continue with the ping-pong games we've seen between the two levels of government and government agencies, and come 21st and there's no solution, there's no resolution, then there'll be a strike. Thank you.
Wow. Is that unclear? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, nataka wale wanatuchezea some music, they can start alone. We are setting up for launching of this strategic plan. Should take a short time. If you wish to stand up and take a bio break, go to the washroom. This is the time as we set up. If you wish to stretch a little bit, yes? Sorry? Come.
As that is done, Dr. with your kind permission, if I may ask, I've heard as your members were speaking and Dr. and the President was speaking, the sound is one that we need to have a collective, and Dr. Machonda, you have stated clearly that you can't achieve much if you're the only one speaking. All of us need to be involved. It's wonderful when we say all those things, but is there a structure towards that involvement that perhaps KMPDU, RUPHA, and all other players, and now that the President is here, I think it would be a good opportunity to squeeze some commitments from him on the part of the Law Society. Could it be something that, other than just speaking about it in today and another day, could there be perhaps some commitments that are probably made to start moving towards a collective voice in terms of advocacy for improvement of the healthcare sector in general, and involvement of those of us who may not be practitioners or players in the health sector?
Awesome. Yes, Dr. Machonda will take this one.
Yeah. First to start, LSK is already on board. They've been with us. If you remember 3 years ago, in 2016-17, when we had the biggest industrial action, LSK came on board quite strongly. And I know my colleague Harvey here is very much on board. Perhaps it's just now to agree on how to move forward in the current context in terms of the actionable points. But I don't think they need any convincing. They're already convinced because these issues affect all of us. Now, one thing, we have a strategic plan that we launched in March this year. And in that, one of the pillars is collaboration, partnerships for social action. So COVID already, of course, disrupted a lot of the activities. But what I'd say is that the association, RUPHA, and many other associations can come and we collaborate on how we will move forward on this. And there's one, apart from the plight right now, there's something that is not being done in the country that will require the voice of many people. The issue of vaccination for COVID-19. I think it's quite clear now that our government has just responded to the public pressure around it. But otherwise, there's no strategy around the vaccine. And being in the global south and seeing how the vaccines are being rolled out and the monies that are required, majority of our people are going to miss out on this. It's something worth considering given the way the disease has emerged and keeps evolving. So we are ready as KMPDU. You have RUPHA, the association. The officials can come. We can come have a meeting and structure a way of how we will engage. And any other partners, because you have so many partners as we speak. So you might see me speaking as KMPDU only, but I know the people I'm working with who are very close and are also bringing out their voice. Some out there, some silently, because that is also part of lobbying. Some are doing it silently in their own way. So it's something we are open to, and we believe it's something that we can work, and it will be able to strengthen this cause for a better healthcare system for the country. Thank you.
Awesome. I think, Dr. you're very clear about that, isn't it? Yeah. And as an association, sisi tuko tayari. LSK, we are ready. We can do an old boys gathering. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming into the launch of our strategic plan. I don't know whether our team is ready. Dr. Kangure, you ready? Okay. Are we set up so we can come down here? Yes. Where are our friends from SMART? Those of you who can move forward, please come forward if you can move forward so that you are captured in the shot. There are still some spaces up here in front. Thank you, CEO SMART, Harrison. I think, Wakili, you're going to stand on the side there. Dr. Machonda, here. Dr. Kangure is taking us through this, so the mic is yours. You can move forward.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And we have a short ceremony. Our guests, the President LSK, Dr. Mwachoda. We are launching the strategic plan for 2020-2025 for Rural Private Hospitals Association. This is the roadmap that is going to guide this association for the next 5 years. And we started this process in 2019. And the process has been very participatory. The document contains the thoughts and aspirations of the members of the association, and therefore they are committed to implementing this very, very important document. So we want to welcome our guests to unveil the strategic plan for 2020-2025. Can we applaud them as they unveil this document for us today? Great. Now, we need to cut the ribbon. So as we wait for them to prepare to launch, I think this is a great occasion after listening to so many people who have spoken for the last 2 days. I know we have gained a lot of information, and the information that we have now has empowered the association to be able to implement this strategic plan. And I was listening to the questions that you are putting across to our guests. They are very, very important, and because they open our minds and eyes on how well we are going to get down and implement a strategic plan. A strategic plan remains a document if it is not implemented. So we are looking forward to actually implementing the document as it is. And now we have been properly empowered with the knowledge and the information to do that. They are sanitizing the cables. Good. I think now we are ready to launch the strategic plan for RUPHA 2020 to 2025. So, Mr. President, Mr. Mwachoda, go ahead and launch this document for us. This is the collaboration that we have been talking about, collaboration and partnership. Yeah. Good. Wow. A happy clap for the launch. Can I have a word from the chair now? Very good. I think now we want to take a picture with our guests and the chair of RUPHA to signify this launch. Very good. Good, good, karibu. Done with the photos?
You haven't? No, that's it.
Very good. The chairman now is establishing the collaboration between smart applications and RUPHA to support management of our records and patients' processes in our hospitals. Congratulations, Harrison and Brian. Great. And then I can see the president, LSK, has witnessed this contract. Very good. The other agreement, Chairman? All right, thanks.
Yes, we'll do a small briefing. Yeah. Oh, that was awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante. Asante. Karibu, Mr. President. Karibu, Daktari. Yes, yes.
For how long has
good to go? Tuko salam? Right, so this is an annual general convention of the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya. I'm the chairman of the association. On my left is the Secretary General for the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, Dr. Chibanzi Machonda. On the right is the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Wakili Nelson Harvey. We have had very good engagements today. We have been discussing about the nature of the health sector in these difficult times of the COVID-19 pandemic. We also discussed about the health sector reforms that have been going on, the changes in the healthcare financing, that is around universal healthcare. And as you might be aware, tomorrow is actually World UFC Day, and the whole universal health conversation is at the center. So we want to just communicate. We want to just communicate some of the issues that we feel are very important for the country, the health system at this particular moment in time. Number one, as an association for rural private hospitals and as healthcare providers, we want to condole with the families of the healthcare workers who have succumbed to COVID-19 in the line of duty. Specifically, we feel very saddened by the recent death of Dr. Stephen Mogusu and also the recent death of a clinical officer in Nandi County known as Victor Kipngetich, who have all succumbed to COVID-19. So this is our appeal, and we have said it before, that in general the country has not been ready for the COVID-19 pandemic. Especially in rural areas and in the poor urban segments, the level of preparedness has been very, very low. And as you can see by the rising numbers and the mortality among healthcare workers, this remains to be the case. While there is hope now with the development of a vaccine, we are also very much well aware that it is going to take a while. It's going to take a while before this vaccine is widely available for the Kenyan public. And in fact, conservative estimates would maybe put it anywhere between 12 months to 18 months. So it remains a critical issue. For a long time, we will still have to be very vigilant. And this is what we are appealing to the Ministry of Health, to the national government, to county governments. We have a very simple appeal. Put the safety of our healthcare workers, the rights of our healthcare workers to health at the forefront. Whether they are in public sector or whether they are in private sector, Kenya does not have enough healthcare workers to lose them on the pandemic. We need to protect them. We need to have them properly covered by medical insurance. We are asking that this enhanced medical cover for healthcare workers, whether they are public or private, through the National Hospital Insurance Fund, it should be prioritized. It needs to be a priority. We don't want a situation where a healthcare worker is infected by COVID and now we have to do harambes, fundraisers to take care of them. Number two, on the issue of personal protective equipment, we have almost 6.2 billion worth of PPE that are lying as dead stock at KEMSA. 6.2, this is by KEMSA's own estimates. 6.2 billion PPE at KEMSA. Some of them are donations, some of them have been purchased. This PPE will be of no use to Kenyans if the vaccine comes, the pandemic wears out, the curve is flattened, and we have lost so many healthcare workers, and we still have the PPE in store. So our appeal is this: let this PPE that is in stock at KEMSA be distributed free of charge. Whether it is to public or to private, they give out the PPE. The PPE has been bought by taxpayers' money. Let them just distribute it. So this is our concern, safety for health workers. The last thing we want to raise as Rural Private Hospital Association is with regard to NHIF reforms. It is very clear to us that the NHIF is in need of reforms.
The board needs to be restructured. The way it operates needs to be changed. And while there's conversation going on around the country about changes and reforms and all these things, a critical pillar in the country, which is health, which is carried by the National Hospital Insurance Fund, has completely been isolated. We think it is time for the NHIF amendment bill to be brought back at the center of the conversation. The NHIF can be made stronger, it can be get more funding, it can be improved so that it is better responsive as we go into UHC. So this will be my brief comments as chairman of the Rural Private Hospital Association. Asanteni, I will hand over to my colleague, Dr. Chibanzi Machonda.
Thank you. Okay. I think today I've been part of this discussion with the Rural Private Hospitals Association, and more so here we're looking also at the plight of healthcare workers in the private sector, and more so in the rural areas. With the widespread community transmission of COVID-19 and the disease now being seen affecting elderly people and the people in the rural areas, there must be a change of strategy to protect those who are vulnerable in the rural communities. And we've seen already the rollout of vaccines in the UK, and it's very clear who we should also target. We have elderly people in this country, more so in the rural areas. The country needs to equally fast track that action to get us a vaccine. The second most important group to get that vaccine would be the healthcare workers on the front line. There's preventive and there's protective. For the preventive would be the vaccine, part of it. The protective is the personal protective equipment that we have brought about and forth. And we've discussed this several times. We've raised it as a concern. The issue of comprehensive medical cover, the issue of compensation, because we've lost healthcare workers, and the issue of the whole welfare, apart from safety, of the frontline healthcare workers. Welfare means they be paid on time. Whatever is due to them is given to them on time. You do not put them in any form of financial strain. And also appreciate that they are at great risk. This will not stop the risk, but it will incentivize and motivate our healthcare workers. So as we speak here today, we have an agreement that RUPHA supports the call to action by the government to give utmost priority to the plight of the frontline healthcare workers across all the issues that we have raised as KMPDU. And just to say that we extended our notice, and the government should equally engage with only one action to address the issues. Don't focus on sideshows, don't focus on anything else. Engage to address the issues. And if you engage to address the issues comprehensively, then that shall avert the intended and the planned strike action. Thank you.
This a rare encounter where doctors, health workers, medical practitioners, and lawyers have come together to assert the will of the people of Kenya insofar as health care as a pillar upon which this administration promised good governance as a right due to the people of Kenya was discussed. May I take this opportunity to congratulate the Rural Private Hospitals Association for launching its strategic plan. Your strategic plan has been launched on a very important day, a tipping point in the history of healthcare in Kenya, a time when, whereas healthcare is so fundamental, to be inferior to other interests that the leaders of this country perceive to be more important than the health and well-being of the Kenyans. It saddens me to note that a leader of the caliber of a former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, a leader of the caliber of a governor of a county, will come and say, everybody is dying. It is not unusual that a doctor has died, not in an accident in traffic, but in the line of duty. It should sadden you when these leaders upon whom you've entrusted the heaviest responsibility of taking care of your concerns tell you, we do not have money to take care of the interests of the frontline workers, but we have money to undertake constitutional reform. We do not have money to provide PPEs to medical practitioners and health workers, yet we have money to collect signatures for BBI. Kenyans, there is a big problem. And in my deliberations with doctors, medical practitioners, and health workers today, I've emphasized several things that are important to ensuring that health care is taken care of now and for posterity. It is a high time that we needed, and we need to do now, to demand accountability of the government. It is not a favor that you are asking of the government. To quote what the Secretary General of KMPDU has said, if the country is at war, all resources will be targeted towards ensuring that soldiers are well taken care of. Nobody will tell you that if a soldier has been killed in Moyale or in Somalia that everybody is dying. No. They will send an Air Force plane to bring him home. If a soldier is injured, they'll send an Air Force plane to bring him home. He'll get the best medical care. But when a doctor is ailing, when a doctor dies, we are told that everybody dies. You must say no. And if you don't say no now, this game will continue being played on the people of Kenya. May I encourage you, doctors, health workers, and medical practitioners, to stand firm. Demand that there be accountability, transparency in the manner in which NHIF is run. Demand that there be accountability in the Ministry of Health. This sanitization of corruption in KEMSA is an issue that should concern you. It's an issue that should concern all of us. And now that you've issued a strike notice, it is incumbent upon you to pursue this agenda to the very end. As the Law Society, we went to court a month ago to stay the implementation of the decision that had been made by the National Security Advisory Council, the effect of which will have been to declare as unlawful any procession, any strike, or any picketing. You are therefore within the law to demand the rights due to you. And we know you are making these demands not because of yourself. You're making these demands because of the people of Kenya, for now and for posterity. If you don't negotiate effectively and get a binding contract for your benefit now and forever, then the government will always subject you to litigation where they have an upper hand. There will be no respite. Let the respite be provided now so that the doctors, health care workers, and all medical practitioners can practice and offer services in an environment that guarantees their health safety and that of the patients they serve. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless the doctors, medical workers, and all partners in this sector.
Do you want to field any questions?
There's no need. I think that's okay.
So you come.
I have to rush. Let me look for you next week.
Yeah.
I think there's this issue of the constitutional issue of the strike to strike and protesters. Yeah. Let me look for you.
So, I'm available. You're right.
Yeah, that's
He's doing Swahili. Visita. David will come back. Yeah, yes, all of them. Yes. All of them. Have it, come.
Mabibi na mabwana, nashukuru sana kwa siku ya leo kwa kuweza kuja. Siku ya leo ni siku muhimu sana kwetu, ambapo chama cha Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya kimeungana pamoja na chama cha madaktari na pia chama cha wanasheria humu nchini LSK, na tuko hapa kwa msimamo mmoja kusema kwamba tunataka kuzungumzia na kusisitisha kwamba juhudi za serikali katika sekta ya afya haziendi vizuri. Mpango ambao uko kupambana na ugonjwa wa corona hauendelei kwa jinsi ambayo sisi tunafurahia ama tunaona ikiwa nzuri. Tuko hapa siku ya leo kusema kwamba juhudi zinahitajika kuwekwa zaidi ili kuwakinga wafanyakazi wa afya katika sekta ya umma na sekta ya kibinafsi. Tunasikitika sana tunapoona kila siku habari za madaktari na wahudumu wengine wa afya wakifariki kwa sababu ambazo zingeweza kuepukika. Tunasikitishwa sana na kifo cha Daktari Stephen Mogusu ambayo kimetokea hivi karibuni, na kwa maoni yetu jambo hilo lingeweza kuondolewa mbali, lakini kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa vifaa ambavyo madaktari na wahudumu wa afya wanahitaji katika kupambana na ugonjwa wa COVID-19 hazijapeanwa katika mahospitali ya umma ama ya kibinafsi. Hilo ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Tunaomba kwamba serikali iangalie na ifanye haraka kuweza kugawanya vifaa hivyo ambazo ziko katika KEMSA ziweze kutoka katika KEMSA na ziende katika mahospitali ambapo zinahitajika kwa wakati huu. Juhudi zinaendelea, makampuni ya kutengeneza vaccine
ya COVID-19. Na hiyo vaccine itakapokuja, mavazi haya ya kujikinga kwa corona itakuwa hayana maana. Na pia baada ya miezi michache ijayo zitakuwa zimeweza kufikia kiwango chake cha kutotumika. Tunauliza serikali iangalie wahudumu wa afya kama vile inavyoangalia sekta zingine, ili tuweze kupambana pamoja na ugonjwa huu wa corona, ili tuweze kushinda. Jambo lingine la mwisho ambalo tutasema ni kuhusu NHIF. Tungependa serikali na bunge la kitaifa lishughulikie ile sheria ya NHIF, ili sheria hiyo iweze kuangaliwa vizuri, iweze kuhudumia wananchi kwa njia inayofaa. Kwa sasa tunaiona kama sheria ambaye haipatii watu wote nafasi katika vile shirika la NHIF linavyoendeshwa. Na tunaomba wabunge na serikali, ni wakati ni huu ambao tuko katika janga la corona, la kuangalia sheria hizi ili wananchi wetu wakaweze kupata huduma za afya inavyohitajika. Kwa hayo machache, nasema Mungu awabariki na Mungu aibariki Kenya. Asanteni. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, we will ask you to remain a bit kidogo tu. There is one more thing that we will do. In the meantime, I wanted to make that official. Yeah, if Mr. President, you could come to the front here. This is a gift hamper that the Rural Private Hospital is gifting the President of the Law Society of Kenya for coming to grace this occasion. Let's appreciate the President. That is just a token. It is courtesy of HACO Industries and Rural Private Hospitals Association. Thank you so much, Mr. President. May the Lord bless you and keep leading. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, we can, one copy can be given to the President of the strategic plan. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we still have one thing that we will do for us. Today is a celebration day. We have a cake to cut as an association. And my sister, if I think this table will be better for us to use. Yeah, who will help you to, okay, Madam is there. Put the cake here so that we can use this table. We have a cake to cut as we celebrate the launch of the RUPHA strategic plan and also our second annual convention. Members of the press, I think there is one more thing we will do before you break down your cameras. We also have two other agreements to sign. All right. I also need, my chairman has just seen off our guest. So let me have the EXCO team, the entire EXCO team. In the meantime, I will so let's have yes. Let us have CDMS. Please, let's set for you first, and then Josola will follow. We are today signing another memorandum of not association, but a memorandum of understanding between CDMS, and RUPHA, and another one of Jua Solar and RUPHA. The CDMS agreement, like you heard, is the one that will enable RUPHA to operate on an application for group procurement of drugs and medical equipment. Okay, so let's do this. So let me have CDMS Amagutu, if you can come, and take one seat. Yeah. Someone check my chairman if he has seen off my guest. Our guest, he can come back.
Yes. Yeah. Where are these people? Can you call? Ask this call to come. 0257. For what? For the 0257. Ask her to come. We need her here.
Okay, my chairman is here.
Okay. Just a minute.
Yeah. Go the other side. That's it. All right. I would want our SG to come and witness for RUPHA, as we have, she's Madam Who from CDMS. Is she around? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Chair, you can speak something about this.
So thank you so much, Vice Chairman, colleagues. As we heard yesterday from our friends from the Chronic Drugs Medical Scheme, CDMS, and TIBANET, we are launching a joint cooperation to help us develop our bulk purchasing, group purchasing platform. We will be working with CDMS to help us create, as part of our strategic plan, that platform which will allow our members to buy items, drugs, consumables, medical equipment in a bulk format so that we can all enjoy the economies of scale. So this is the beginning of a great journey, my friend Sam. We believe that through these arrangements, all our hospitals should be able to get into a platform where they can get the best quality at the best price available in the market, and also help the association to grow in terms of its own capacity. So we thank you very much. You have also been a sponsor of this event, donated very generously to this event, and we are grateful. And we look forward in the new year to take this further, this discussion. You have told us about helping us get access to credit facilities for buying things, getting access to the best quality drug manufacturers, equipment, getting access to external funding for our projects. And we believe with this arrangement, this should be possible. I don't know whether you have a remark to make.
Thank you very much, Daktari. It is indeed our greatest pleasure to be able to sign this agreement, this MOU, this agreement today. All that you've said is correct, and that we aim to create social impact in the society by ensuring that the cost of healthcare is affordable. And one of the greatest components of the cost of treatment is the cost of medicine. And so through our group procurement platform, we are going to be able to significantly reduce the cost of medicine. Just a little, by the way, we may mention, is that there's an informal discussion going on with smart applications. That because it is actually quite possible to have our two platforms talking to each other. So if we can actually then do this, we would be able to integrate and deliver even more value to RUPHA and the rest of the Kenyan population. Thank you very much.
Stand up and exchange. Okay, facing the camera. Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate them as they exchange the MOUs. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. And the deal with CDMS and RUPHA is formally done. Put your hands together, celebrate. Okay, thank you. We want to bring in the last one for the day, the last MOU for the day, and that is the one for Jua Solar. And I want, yeah, you go with it. Jua Solar, you can bring this. It's okay, just one. Yeah, so just sit here. You can take your seats. Chairman, you have something about Jua Solar?
Yeah, I'll use this one. Okay, so colleagues and friends from all over the Republic, we are signing an agreement with Jua Solar, okay? The company is actually called Jua UK Limited. Jua Solar is a provider of alternative energy, okay? And I know you have seen it in recent discussions. A lot of companies in Kenya, whether they are petroleum companies, that is very strange. Petroleum companies are moving to solar. They are installing solar for their stations. A lot of companies which are manufacturing are moving into solar. It is sustainable. It is, over the long run, cheaper. And especially in the communities where we come from, where Kenya Power can be, it's a Kenyan company, we love it, but there are issues around there, reliability, power cuts. And in our sector, in health, loss of power is critical. It could happen in the middle of a procedure. It could happen when a patient is on a life-saving machine. So we listened to Jua Solar when they approached the association. We think they have a model for Africa. They have a model that can work in rural communities. They have a model where eventually, long run, it's going to be better for the environment, more efficient for all of us. So by signing this agreement, we are also asking them in the agreement to make this technology available to rural private hospitals at a cost which is affordable.
in a way which we can be able to pay long term. And I think one of the discussions we had with Romain, he mentioned that he just asked me, take your power bill, whatever it is, tell us your power capacity, what you require, and we will be able to give you a solution at just about your current power bill, but over the long run, saves you a lot of money and gives you a lot of convenience. So we think that this is a wonderful partnership, and we are very happy, and we hope that the members of the association also benefit from this. Thank you. I don't know whether you have some comments.
Yeah, but you do. Thank you very much, Aman, and thank you very much for introducing Jua Solar today. As you mentioned, we as a alternative solution provider with solar energy, we work with a lot of different sectors, and we work with a lot of different sectors and different domains, from small industrial to big industrial, pharmaceutical, petroleum, gas station. But to be honest, as a personal point of view, and I'm sure Jua Solar, the World Jua Solar Company, share that with me, particularly proud today to work with the health sector and to help each and every clinics to lower the cost of energy while having a better and more sustainable energy service for all the appliances and for all the medical staff. So thank you very much for bringing the opportunity of Jua Solar to help everybody, every and each clinics, everywhere in Kenya, eventually tomorrow abroad, and thank you for that.
Asante sana.
Thank you, and you can appreciate them as a sign. Yeah, probably one thing that we need to know that Romain has committed that in the first quarter of next year, he wants to make sure that he has done solar for 20 facilities of RUPHA, just to ensure that they are role model for others. So he's going to begin with 20 facilities within RUPHA network, so that others can come and benchmark from that and see the benefit and commit to it. Thank you so much. David. Thank you very much. I would now ask the two gentlemen to rise up and exchange the contracts as a sign of goodwill. Please let us appreciate them. Thank you so much. You can exchange like that to formalize it. Thank you so much. And thank you. And with that, we come to the end of that session, and we declare the memorandum of understanding between the two institutions formally signed. Thank you. Lastly but not least, I think we can, do we take a short break or we tukule keki? We can do it together. In this era of BBI, you know, everything is amendable. So I would propose that we do the cake so that we finish everything. Then when we come back for the remaining 1 or 2 businesses, and then we can close our day. So let me have our chairman again come. Okay, SG. Okay, please. Madam SG, you can lead us in that session.
Good afternoon. So with us here we have a cake, and this cake is going to commemorate our launch of the strategic plan and also the memorandum of understanding that we've been able to sign between CDMS and Jua Solar. And we really hope that these 2 memorandum will be able to reach full implementation, and our strategic plan will also lead us for the next 5 years. So now we'll go ahead with the cake cutting. So I'd like to call our representative from SMART. I'd like to call our representative from CDMS. I would also like to call a representative from Jua Solar to join us as we cut this cake to work together. Thank you, Esther. What's the plan for Yaku distribute? And we cannot also forget Dr. Kangure, who has been a very close friend of RUPHA throughout this process of strategic planning.
Kata. All right. That is it. We need also to celebrate the cake. Please put our hands together. We celebrate the cutting of the cake. Yeah, okay. As the director for Vostrom is cutting the cake, she doubles up as the deputy treasurer for RUPHA. She will be giving the cake to our guests, and the rest of the piece will come towards us. So we need to be hopeful. All right. Asipeleke nyumbani, ni ya kukula hapa. Okay, Dr. Kangure. The rest of the piece will come towards us, so we need to be hopeful. I think you're done. SG ni yako. All right, so they will take the cake at their convenience. Please appreciate our guests. That is it, that is it. Okay, so we would want as many ushers from ourselves as possible so that we can have this done. And I also want to ask kindly, if you can allow me, can we agree whether we go for lunch, we come back, or we can finish a matter and then go for lunch and we go kabisa? we finish the business. We finish the business. And then when we go for lunch, tuende tukiendaga. Haya. Then we have done it. Let me have... yes. Okay. Our ushers will be serving the cake even as we continue with the other business of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask our accountant, stroke auditor, wherever he is, please come to the front. Patrick Mwai, please come to the front. As we take our cake, ladies and gentlemen, we will be receiving the management accounts. And I think the auditor will be explaining why it's not an audit report, but a management account. He has better terms for that. And then let's hear how we fared on financially since inception of our association. And then from there we can pick it up. Ready? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you the person who have been doing our books from the first day of existence of RUPHA to date. You will recall that last year we were not able to do our audit because we had not completed a financial year, but he has done all through up to the year that we started to date. So I want to bring Mr. Patrick Mwangi to bring to us the management accounts for RUPHA. Karibu.
Hi. Good afternoon, dear members of RUPHA. Good afternoon. I think we need all of us to have a good view of whatever the accounts looks like, and therefore, just for a moment, we do the projector, then we can continue together.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our dear auditor prepares himself, I would like to inform you to take note that RUPHA's financial year runs from 1st June 2019 to 30th May 2020, of which I would like you to take note that the RUPHA financial year runs from 1st June to 30th May. Currently, we are in the second financial year, 6 months well into it, and like our Vice Chair has said, like our Vice Chair has alluded to, remember, these are not audited accounts. These are what we call management accounts for the association for the first financial year, which runs from 1st June 2019 to 30th May 2020. And the second presentation will be for the entire period from the inception of the association up until 30th of October 2020. I would also like to congratulate you because despite what has been happening in the course of the year, notably the pandemic that we've been faced with, we've seen a steady growth in the membership of our association, and that is something that I should really applaud you for. Thank you very much, and let's wait to hear from our auditor, Bwana Patrick Mwai. I would also like to congratulate you because despite what has been happening in the course of the year, notably the pandemic that we've been faced with,
I have two documents. Me, I want to read from the hard copies. But while I read, you project. So this is one document in PDF. This one, and also this one. They are the only ones which are open. So
we've had a very good reception so far from our members all across the entire country.
31.
So far, we have close to 200 members, which includes hospitals, medical centers, and diagnostic centers.
These are other one.
Our main source of revenue has been from member contributions, as far as membership fees. We all know that our accounts have come from member contributions, notably from membership fees and annual subscriptions. We've also had the honor to get an additional source of income, mainly from our sponsors. That would include Smart Applications, who is our main sponsor for the day, Equity Bank, Atateb, Solar, CDMS, Express Communications Limited, Madison, Ecomed, Intermedica, Ilara Health, UAP All Mutual, Passes Insurance. And we have other players who really contributed towards the success of our annual convention for the last year, which includes IPCA and Atateb. In this regard, RUPHA commissioned an accountant who also doubles up as an auditor to do our books for us, and he has managed to prepare management accounts for the association, like I said, for the first financial year, which runs from 1st June 2019 to 30th May 2020, and the ongoing financial year, which actually lapses on 30th June 2021. stand here. Once again, good afternoon, members. I'm happy to stand before you. My name's, like you have heard, is Patrick Mwangi from Kago Mukunya and Associate. And also, today, like you have heard, I'm not going to read audited accounts. I'm only going to give management accounts. Management account. Me. This one for me. Yeah, that one, and the other one is for the entire period. Yeah. I wanted him to do the projection while I read from here. You're able to do the projection while I read. So, mine is quite simple because I'll just take you through the accounts. They are in these revised, these are formats of accounts. There are two documents. I was advised that RUPHA started its annual accounts on 1st of June 2019 to 31st of May 2020. However, these two documents, one is going to take us through just that financial year. The second one is for the entire period. I said it is it's just management accounts because I think it is the entire team which is going to come up with the auditors of its books. But as for now, because we need to know exactly how RUPHA has been faring over the time since its inception, we need to lead the accounts. And management accounts, what is it? How is it different from audited accounts? Actually, the figures are not different. It's actually, when we talk about audited accounts, we need to look for an independent person to come in and audit our books and to give his own opinion of how the books have been kept over probably the financial year. However, the management account is actually inbuilt accounts within the RUPHA, and that is why I was called in as a professional accountant so as to give these figures in the way or in the format that is going to be accountable. So mine is very simple. I'm going to start with one document for the year, for the financial year between 1st of June 2019 to 31st May 2020. I'll ask our projector to go to page 3. Page 3, you can see it's only giving a summary, and the summary which is giving is actually the total income for the period, which is 2.4. That is the money which was received from the sources, which I'm going to give when I come to the detailed accounts. And you can see the surplus for that particular period of time is 273,459. That is how the performance was in brief. Then you go to the next page. Page 5.
Page 5 is giving the tabulation for the same performance. This is the performance for the RUPHA within the year up to ending 31st May 2020. I think members, you'll need to be curious about the expenses. You have seen the income, 2.4 or 2,486,742. And actually, that was generated, if you go to note number 3, that is page 8, not page 8, if you go to page number 9, that income was generated because there was membership subscription. You can see the amount of membership subscription, single license fee, there was a sponsorship and a participation fee, and there was a subscription fee. All that is projected there, giving a figure of 2.4, as you can read there. So the activity which consisted for that year was able to, if you go to page number 4 again, page number 5 again, you can see the expenses which constituted the activities. And those are the expenses right from annual convention which took place, I think that was in the course of the year before 31st May 2020. There was county visits, there was dues and subscription. The RUPHA was able to acquire internet and website. There was legal fee. There was also rent, office rent and services, postage and couriers. All those consisted the expenses for that year as tabulated from, as you can see there. Allow me to go to page number 4. Page number 4 is giving us the financial position of RUPHA. Is another way of saying a balance sheet. What was, how much did RUPHA, or RUPHA was worth how much at the end of the year? And you can see RUPHA had non-current assets of 60,000. Those non-current assets, if you wanted to go to the details of what it consists of, I can even say before I go to the note number 2, it consisted of a chair and 2 laptops. So that is what it consisted of. It also had, at the end of the year, there was some cash and cash equivalent. The cash and cash equivalent, which is noted in number 4, it consisted of cash at bank and also cash in hand for that period. Then subscriptions, receivables. Actually, when we talk, you can see it is in bracket there. That implies that there are people who paid earlier than, for the next period, earlier than it was. It looks like there was overpayment. Actually, this is not overpayment because somebody just paid earlier and it was captured there as such. Basically, the net worth for the association was 260,969 for that period of time. So I think I have read those figures for us to be able to view and also to know exactly how RUPHA has been faring financially and that is the correct position. The notes are there, but now allow me to go to the next document. That is the financial year for just the financial year ending 31st May 2020, but allow me to go now for the entire period between 1st of June 2019 to 31st October 2020. That document is just covering the entire year, and we are going to see. It's actually basically the same, but the figures are different. It's a summary of how RUPHA fared over that period of time. And you can see there was an income of 4.7 or 4,769,742, and the surplus for that period was 1.6. Well, that is a summary. Then we go to page number 4. Page number 4 is able now to give us the broad picture of that particular income and also the expenses. You can see, if you go to note number 3, how that money was generated. Note number 3 is on page Note number 3 is on page number 8. That figure of 4.7 was generated as tabulated there. There was membership subscription. There was a single license fee of 8,000. There was a sponsorship and participation fees. 508,000 subscription fee, which consisted of all the monies that are annual subscription, 3.7, and then you come up with a figure of 4.7. That actually is how the money was made by RUPHA. Going to the page again, page number 4, you can see the annual convention, that was the expense, county visits, that was also another expense, depreciation for those few assets for that period, dues and subscription, internet and website expenses, legal fee, media mobilization and adverts. There was office rent and service charge, postage and courier services. There was printing and stationaries, professional fees, RUPHA meetings and conference, staff cost, telephone service expenses, and transport. So those are the, I'm reading them, although you can see them there, so that you can actually see exactly what they look like. So after that expenses, you now was able to have a surplus of 1.6. However, let us look at page number 3, which is also the financial position as at the end of that period, that is 31st October 2020. And it consists of non-current assets. We mentioned in the first document. There is cash and cash equivalent, which consists of cash in bank and also petty cash, which was in hand at that time of the close of the account. there was a subscription receivables. Now, I want to say something about that because you have seen a surplus of 1.6. And somebody may ask, I can see a surplus. There could be a lot of money. However, you can see subscription receivable is actually that money which is still which is going to be remitted to association by the members is not yet remitted as yet. There is account payables. There is also, and you can see now, the total assets, which is 1.6. By and large, we can say RUPHA is worthy 1.6 on that period of 17 months. So those are the accounts, and I believe everybody has captured exactly what was happening financially over that period, unless there is any question which I can answer, and I can also be assisted by my good treasurer here.
Members, do you have any queries to our accountant? Comments? Sorry, I'm being reminded by Chair that the accounts are available on our WhatsApp platform and also on Telegram platform for interrogation. Any questions? Take note, the accountant says some of this money is still owed to the association or is pending to be remitted to the association. So when you see 1.6 million surplus, it does not necessarily mean that this is money at hand. There is still some money out there, mainly from our membership, that is yet to be submitted to the association in terms of annual subscriptions. There being no any other question, I would like to hand over the program back to our chair so that we can conclude. Thank you.
So, members, I hope you are having access on Telegram and WhatsApp. Please check that you have access. You can keep asking the questions. I don't know whether accountants, it is their nature to communicate in a very bookish manner. I am not understanding, because me, I was sitting there and I could barely understand what they were saying. You know, there's just figures flying here, there, expenses. I was hoping they would put it in language of common man. Tulinunua vitabu shilingi 2,000. Something like that. But thank you so much. I think as the current chair of the association, the only thing I need to point out, I don't know whether it didn't come out very clearly from an accountant. Number one is how much money, as at the time you are preparing this account, was actually in the account. You can just say that, you know, I think that is clear enough, isn't it? Most important, don't say, oh, assets, receivable, what, too much. How much money was in the account? Simple. Just say that one, and then you say, well, how much money is out there which we expect to come in here. That one you can also say. You know, simple. I think that's what members would want to hear, isn't it? Thank you. Ya kwamba kuanzia 1st of June 2019 mpaka 31st of May 2020, hii ndo pesa ambayo mulipata. na deni ilikuwa kiasi fulani. Is it possible to simplify that to an accountant? Just simple matter. Don't go assets, liability, balance.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me see where to start. As at 1st of May. Okay, this is another document. Let me see.
Yes, I remember. Yes, akirudi nitafuti.
So, the money that was in the account as at that first May 2020 is 356,354. That is what I'm calling cash. Cash at hand, cash at bank. They are put together, they make the cash which is able to operationalize the activities. Is that so?
Yeah, but I can see subscription receivables 48. What is that?
If you go to, okay, let me break down the current asset. One is cash. The next thing is rent deposit. There is some deposit for rent which is lying with the landlord. That money belongs to RUPHA. So it is there. Subscription receivables is money which is supposed to be received from members they have not remitted. However, look at that account and you see it is in bracket. Bracket means minus. That means it's like an overpayment. Why like that? Exactly. And there's note to that. Let me just give you note to that. Page 9, you can see that page 9, which is tabulating the members' receivable one by one, starting from the top, you going down all the way until the makeup of 48. In other words, that is exactly how we reach to the figure 48 in the negative.
All right, I think that is clear. Imekuwa clear. I don't know whether it is better now, members. Is it clearer? Any question on that? So 356. Now tell us, how much money was available as at 31st October 2020?
Okay. Just drop that document now here. Let's go to the next one. As at 31st, the money which was available to RUPHA was is shown in note number 4. You can see now note number 4. There is money in Equity Bank, which is 581,136, and also some money which was held in petty cash, 11,051. That consists of the money which was in RUPHA as at the close of 31st October 2020. I think that one is very clear. Then I think before I move out of there, I think you need also to see, I'm saying about 1.3 money which is receivable, which we need to receive from the members because they have not paid yet as at that 1st October 2020. And you can see the whole of that list from top to the bottom. It is large one, and That's how I have come up with the figure 1.3. It is a makeup of all that money which is still lying with the members. It is not yet paid. Chairman, I don't know whether that is very clear. Okay.
All right, members, because we have to close this, unless there's a question, some clarification, you have the document on WhatsApp, Telegram. If there's an urgent question, can we please ask? An urgent question, and please make it very short. We have to close now. We are on time. Yes, Vincent. Please get the mic to Vincent. Where is Hezekiah? Fikisha mic. Mic hapo.
Mine will be very brief. I've seen some statements here, others are written into brackets. I was humbly requesting that RUPHA belongs to us. Kama kuna madeni sisi tuna RUPHA, tafadhali Excom mtuandikie. Because I've even seen my facility, I'm not seeing it very well. Kama tuko na madeni, mtuandikie madeni tulipe. Because this RUPHA belongs to us. Number two, some of us are medics, we're not accountants. Hizi mahesabu mingi na kizungu mingi hatuelewi. Kama mimi mnanidai tafadhali mtuambie, because I'm seeing brackets which I don't understand. Is it an overpayment or is it an underpayment? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vincent. I think, one accountant, bracketing overpayment ama ni underpayment? Amelipa mingi kupita kiasi.
Thank you, Bwana Chairman.
Thank you, Bwana Njagi.
You saw members who are not very keen.
I'm wondering why.
I'll tell you why.
Yes, please.
Because you are not in business. If you are doing business, when you reach a point when you do business, people will be very keen. Yeah. But my line is the accountant. There is this term they use, going concern. I did not hear it, because that's the summary. We know you have mandated our officials to deliver. Are they comfortable with things are going? Are we facilitating them? I think that is the summary wanted about the going concern.
This gentleman has to be honest. Is this a going concern or it is a stalled concern?
Thank you.
I have a question before you can respond. My question was, for example, what if, I don't know if I missed it, what if a member joined in a month like March, but I know the RUPHA's year begins in, say, June. Yes, June to May 31st. But someone joined in March. So is that subscription for the current year, or for the next year? I mean, how do we make such a person not be able to pay for the next, or how do we go about it? I mean, I'm so confused about that.
Thank you, Penda. You know what? We are very happy to have Penda. We are making RUPHA very lively. Thank you so much. Let's do this. Before we take the question at the back, can the accountant take this question on going concern? And I quickly tell our member from Penda, the RUPHA constitution actually talks about annual subscription being prorated. In other words, you are supposed to pay for the period up to the end of the financial year. So ideally, if you join in March, you are supposed to pay for March, April, and May. That is what the constitution actually says. And then when the new financial year begins, you pay for the full amount. However, based on a resolution of last year's annual general meeting, to support the association, and those who are there remember, we agreed ya kwamba hiyo maneno ya prorating, because we need money to move, we will not prorate. The resolution was passed that when you join, you pay for the full fee so that we fund the association. We were very young and we still are young. So that is why that has been so. So until unless a new resolution is passed, it could be passed today, that overrules the resolution of last year so that we go back to prorating. As it is right now, we are just, you join and you pay full fee based on a resolution. Have I answered you? All right, asante. Going concern?
Thank you for that question. Like I began to say that these are management accounts, and you see I am very much concerned with the figures and not the narrations
is because when you are doing management accounts, they are just inbuilt. It's just to give the view of what is happening financially within the organization. However, if I would answer that question, RUPHA is a going concern because there is nothing to indicate to me that RUPHA will not be there in the next one financial year. There is nothing like that, which indicates to me that it is not going to be in the operation within the next financial year. So it is in the going concern. But I dedicated my analysis on the figures only because it is management accounts.
Bwana Njagi, let me just add to what the accountant has said. Hopefully, niongee lugha yetu ya kawaida about going concern. The reality of the matter is this. As it is, that 581,000 on 31st of October, that is the money that was there, okay? And we were trying to keep that money, worried about the annual convention coming. So, and a big chunk of the money, and you will check from the record, big group of the money comes actually from our sponsors. They contribute 50% of what you are seeing there. So this convention this year and the convention that we had last year are almost fully sponsored by our partners. The money that we are getting from annual subscriptions and memberships is what is paying the office rent and the salaries and our costs. Like we were in Kirinyaga last week. Sometimes when we have to meet, we meet every Wednesday. And the issue we have, just to put it clearly to members, the issue we have is this. And one, we have been meeting at a hotel. I have to say that very clearly. Because the office space where we have right now does not have enough space to give us a boardroom to sit down and meet. So every time we have to meet, we find a hotel, we pay for the meeting space, which they have been charging us a flat rate of 2,000 on condition that we buy lunch. So you understand how that arrangement works. You can use our space, but you must buy something. So that is what we have been doing. Those are the meeting expenses. Until October this year, when our former CEO, Caroline Mwikali, left for other opportunity, she was the only employee. And it didn't come out very clearly, but we were paying her, I think, 60,000 shillings a month. That is exclusive of taxes, to be actually the CEO. Now, Caroline, all of you remember, Caroline was an incredible person. Those of you interacted with her. She was really trying, meeting you guys, talking, going over and above. I think I am right in saying that. She was really a one-person engine, doing everything. But as you can imagine, as our numbers have grown and all of us have issues, it was a lot of work for that young lady. So part of the reason why she also got fatigued. Now we have two people in the office. Hezekiah, where is Hezekiah? I think you've seen that young man somewhere here. Wapi Hezekiah? Simama watu wakuone kama uko karibu. That is one guy who is all over the place. I have no idea how to pin him down. Where is the lady? Cynthia. Where is Cynthia? Cynthia, songa hivi mbele karibu watu wakuone. She's moving that way. So Cynthia is our office administrator. Because we realized Caroline was doing two things. She was being CEO and she was also office administrator. Very hard, answering emails, doing things. So that is Cynthia's role. Cynthia, I think people have seen you. She's the office administrator. Now, ikiwa uko na document, uko na issue, some follow-up, that is the person who is doing that work now. And then Hezekiah, the CEO, is the external face of the association. He's the one interacting externally. Cynthia's work is to deal with our internal issues. Now, between the two of them, our payroll has now gone up to 85,000.
Now, you will admit, for these young people who are working very hard for the association, we are still not paying them enough. We are not paying them enough. But those are the limits within which we have to work. For the office, we have been paying how much? Around 29,000, almost 30, around 29,000 inclusive. The office we have. That office doesn't have the boardroom. If we want to get that, it will be more expensive. Now, let me put it simple to you, my friends. Our intention was to have an office where we have a boardroom, we can host meetings, we can host you when you travel to Nairobi. In fact, we had identified an office in the NHIF building. We wanted to be right there on the second floor, next to Equity Bank, just seated there. Perfect space. But we were told it's 100 shillings per square foot. It's a 600 square foot space. 100 shillings per square foot. You need to pay 6 months, 3 months deposit, 3 months rent. We will need to partition. We need to buy furniture, among other things. The budget was coming to close to 800,000 shillings just to get started. And we saw that that is not possible. So that is why we have maintained an office at Regis, which is a managed office. So in a nutshell, when accountant is talking about 1.6 million that is outside, the reality of the matter is that we have members of RUPHA who have not paid their annual subscription. We need this financing internally. And all the time, what we are doing as an office is to try and figure out innovative ways to do things like this, to have media, to have these things. But eventually, as you have all said in the other AGMs we have had, we must become self-sustaining. Not only for this office, but for the next office that will come in 2 years, in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years. It must be self-sustaining. We can't have it such that if this ExCom leaves and another team comes in, they have no ground to stand on. They must have ground to stand on. Because right now it is running on the fuel of ideas only. So we need the support. I hope I have answered you, Baranjagi. We have a comment? Quick one at the back.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anthony from a facility by name Granton and Dori Nursing Home in Embu County. I have a question and then a comment. One, probably this has bypassed me because it's the first meeting that I'm coming. Taking a scenario of a person who runs, let's say 2 or 3 facilities. It's the same proprietor, but let's say with different names. Does he or she need to subscribe? That is to pay subscription for every facility. That's the question. On the other side of the comment, I would say, according to the statistics and the finances, you guys, you are trying. The ExCom, you are doing good work. But then, to handle it, we need to build our finances. We need to build our finances. Because basically, if you are talking of building muscles to face these people that are challenging us, then we need money. Because you cannot face a man when your pocket is empty. You need also to mobilize and meet these people physically, and there are people that you don't meet when you are earning. In fact, you need to be full so that you meet these people. So the ExCom, the outgoing and the incoming, let there be a good transition between the incoming and the outgoing, so that at least we don't experience any gap in between there. Number 2, be vigilant, be innovative, engage us on how we can raise these finances, because basically we require money for us to move. We need finances. Thank you.
All right, thank you, our friend from Granton. Your first question, I will ask Dr. Harun Cherop to answer it. I can't answer that. Is the Daktari here? Please give him the mic.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member.
I would wish to say that if you have registered with different names, then you need to register for both, because those are different entities. It could be different. It could be the same director but different names. So you need to register, even to boost our finances. Thank you.
Asante sana. And I think I asked him to answer because he is one of those who has two facilities, different names. But over and above that, unless we amend the constitution is clear. You are not the member of RUPHA. Can we make that clear? You seated here are not the member of RUPHA. RUPHA is made up of hospitals. It is the hospitals that are the members. Are we together? Such that even if the directorship of a hospital changes, it does not change the membership of the hospital to the association. So if you have, and our friends from Penda, they know this, they have branches all over. If you have two branches, they are different hospitals, they will have different issues, they will be members independently. I hope that is clear, my brother. Sometime as we are having new members joining every day, I think we need to have this continuous engagement of educating them on around the issues there. But I think that your second part, yes, and indeed it also partly answered your first part. We need finances. We do need finances. You know what? This is what I believe should happen one day. We should be having such conferences at our own conference facility. Do you agree? I mean, Chuck does that. You know, the Christian Health Association. They have their own conference facility. It's very expensive to do this every year. But we have our own facility. We can even use it to earn revenue. So we do need to think that far. Is there any other question? So, members, I would like to thank you very much for your patience. We are still getting questions. The document is with you. If you read it and you find something you need to ask, please feel free to ask. I think now I hand over for the very last thing of the day, which is the issue of elections for the offices. Dr. Kangure, you are the one who is rapporteuring that. Where are you? Kuna mtu aliniambia hii kitu ya elections sikuwa tu kama Moi ama Mugabe. You declare elections when you want. But to be quite frank, we have to be respecters of rule of law, sindio? I think that is the spirit around which we need to build the association. If the constitution says kura, there must be kura. Where is Dr. Kamburi? Now, Cynthia, did you share in the general group the counties which are eligible for regional coordinators? Where is Cynthia? Kabi, did you share in the general group? Yes, Clara, you shared? Can you share again? Maybe kuna watu hawakuona. Now, why that is important, according to our constitution, only those counties which have at least 5 members from the county are eligible to open a branch office. Are you understanding? At least 5 members for you to open a branch office. So we have gone through the list, and I believe 12 counties have enough numbers to open a branch office. Just want to close that quickly. Guys, time. Where is Francis? Oh, come on. Okay. Come.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are still awake and attentive because we have a very, very important activity to undertake this afternoon. One, I want to congratulate all of you for a good job that you have done to come up with a strategic plan and for sitting here for 2 days, deliberating a lot of issues and sharing a lot of information. Number three, I think when I look at this association, is one of the success stories that we can be able to write about a successful association. Within 18 months, if I look at the numbers, close to 200 members, and also when I look at the attendance for the meetings like this one, it is actually very, very commendable. Can we clap for ourselves, all of us? This does not happen without good leadership. And good leadership is as a result of good membership. You cannot have good leaders if you do not have good members. So all of you are good, and you can lead as well. The people that you proposed to lead this association about 2 years ago, they have done a good job, but they have done it because you are there. And that means you are also eligible to come forward and be the chairman of this association, be the treasurer, and so on and so forth. Now, I'm here to undertake a very simple activity as a returning officer for the association for this AGM to conduct the elections, one for the executive committee and the other one for the regional or a branch representation. And in RUPHA constitution, one thing that I think is very, very clear to your mind, to the minds of the members, is that the life of the executive committee is 1 year. And 1 year has ended, and that means we need to conduct the elections. The other rule that is very, very important for the membership is there are currently 12 branches which have more than 5 members. I'll read them to you so that we can also elect the regional coordinators in those specific branches. Before I continue, I would like to request the current leadership to step forward, led by the chair, so that at least we can see them, we can remind ourselves who they are, and we can appreciate them because they have led us for a full year and they have done a good job. And they have put this association to the map of Kenya and maybe across the region because, as I said, it's not very easy to build an association from scratch and then until you get it where we are at the moment. For a moment, I would like to pass the microphone to them so that each one of them can just say their name and the role that they play. Sometimes we assume that we know each other, but it could go so that sometimes people confuse who is the Secretary General, who is the Vice Chairman, who is the Treasurer, and so on. Just your name and the role you play in RUPHA so that you can remind the members here what you do.
All right, good afternoon, colleagues. My name, you know, Brian Lishenga. I have been your chairman, and I need to say at this point, I am still running for chairman. Kila mtu ana declare interest, sindio? Sawa.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Kariuki. I served as a vice chairman, and I will willingly follow my chair in his footsteps.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Musita. I've been the treasurer for the association. I thank you all for having given me the support that you've given me to make sure this one is a success. I welcome any other member out there who's willing to take up the office. Nonetheless, I'm still willing to run for the office.
Good afternoon, the Deputy Secretary, Deputy Treasurer, and I thank God for the opportunity that you gave me to do that job. and I'm still willing to serve you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, my heart skipped a bit when she says she's a Deputy Secretary General. I thought my role has already gone, even before the elections are conducted. Anyway, it has been my pleasure to serve as the Deputy Secretary General of RUPHA, and the able support of my colleagues. And my name is Peter Kabi, and I'm willing to run for office again. So whoever is in, tukuja tungengane tu, mwenye atapata. Sawa sawa. Shukran sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Clara Chepkemoi Kimtai. I have been serving as the Secretary General for RUPHA, and yes, I'm still in the race for the next year. Thank you.
Let's have a better clap for the leadership. Now then, you have completed your one-year term. Please take your seats so that we can conduct the elections, and thank you very much for your leadership. Now, since we have declared those positions vacant, the rule of the election is that we always follow democracy. So what we want to request is that we want somebody to propose the positions that have fallen vacant, the position of the chairman, vice chairman, secretary general, deputy secretary general, you have seen them, treasurer and deputy treasurer. And there are two ways we can be able to do this. We can propose each of the positions. We say that we are proposing a chairman. I would like a proposer and a seconder for the position of this chairman. And the CEO, you can write the names down for me for the proposer and the seconder for each position. The other way that we can be able to do this, and it is still also democratic, if you're happy with the leadership, with all of them, the way they are, you can have somebody to propose that we retain the leadership and somebody to second so that we don't take a lot of time. So this is a decision we need to make. Can we go one by one, we propose and second, or there is a different opinion that we can propose the current leadership and still allow other people to be proposed, and then we conduct the elections? Can we have somebody give us an opinion? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, sorry. I'm Ivan Sonyango Odhiambo from Savini Glory Healthcare Services, Baringo. My proposal is that we just retain the current leadership as the way it is, unless somebody has an issue with one or two, then so also to save us a little bit time. Because I think the current leadership have really done enough, and what they need is just our support and also broader consultation so that we can see how we are moving together. Thank you.
I can see more hands at the back. Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Jen Mushiri, Life Point Hospital. For me, I would still wish that we retain the leaders. The kind of sacrifice that they have been doing to all of us, I know that it is much, much more. Actually, we should hold their hands and be able to continue with them. For me, I feel like they just started yesterday.
Before we conclude, I can see 3 hands. Pass to Daktari behind you. You are noting the names?
I think RUPHA is still in its infancy, and it has learned to walk very fast. I don't know, he proposed second, and I'm the third person. Let us have continuity for the betterment of RUPHA.
Your name, please, and the facility?
Jagi County Medical Center, Embu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jage. Anybody with a contrary opinion? May as many as those who propose the current leadership to continue say aye. Aye. May as many as those in contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. So we will continue with the current leadership. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again. I want to call back that leadership again for acceptance speech. read by their chairman before we move to the regional coordinators. And thank you very much for making my work this afternoon very easy. Acceptance speech from each one of you, 1 minute.
Good afternoon once more. I'm delighted that I'm back and I'm ready to serve you. God bless you all.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today. It gives me immense pleasure that you have decided to give me yet another mandate to serve you as your treasurer. I cannot say any more. Thank you. I'm willing to do this for you and for the benefit of the association. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Same as my colleagues, I appreciate for another one term that you have given us, and we are hoping that you're going to work with us. We are hoping that you're going to work with us as we are going to work with you through this journey together. Thank you.
Afternoon once again. I am really grateful for the opportunity and the trust that you have put in me and the entire office to run the office for another additional year. That we've all expressed interest to run again and you have proposed and seconded does not mean that it's a job that is very easy. It has taken a lot of sacrifice and a lot of commitment also in terms of time, even finances. But we are the founding office, and the dream, or rather the future that we think of RUPHA is greater than any of our individual goals, I think. And that's why we remain committed. Thank you so much once again. We look forward to a very successful year.
Good afternoon, members. I too am very delighted to receive the mandate to serve another term. I'm really excited because I have the healthcare in my heart. The way the systems are running, I always feel like I have a responsibility to cause a change in the healthcare facility. Like they say, if you need a change, you do it. Otherwise, nobody will do it. I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm looking forward to do that. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I like to say when people come here and they say, wow, this is so full, I usually tell them, hata hiyo RUPHA itakuwa ni chama. Do you understand what I'm saying? What I mean is that the potential here is amazing. Can we agree on that? The potential here is what? Amazing. And even our sponsors, when they come here and they see what's happening, they were telling me we expected you people to be about 20 here. That's what they expected. When they came and see this room, I think one of them walked from the back there, came and stood here and just did, wow. So it is the start of a great journey. This is the start of a great journey. And I can assure you, whether it is us or somebody else who's leading this association, one thing that we must all commit, that this association must become a permanent feature on the Kenyan health landscape. Can we commit to that? Let us agree to hand over this association to our children and to their children. Can we agree on that? Let us hand it over to the next generation, the generation after that. Let the people who come 50 years from now not even know where we started. Just be amazed at what we have become. And I believe very strongly that if you look at the momentum, the progress that we are doing, the commitment that we have, all of us, I think it is possible. Try and imagine if we don't have Corona next year, God willing, with the same spirit that we have here, which hall do you think will be able to contain us? KICC, right? Which hall do you think will be able? We will need a much, much bigger place. I want to see a situation, and I know you share the same dream. I want to see a situation where when you hear the RUPHA National Convention is happening, the entire health sector mobilizes. Isn't that possible? It is possible. We want to see that situation. That you say the RUPHA convention is happening. We literally have people knocking on our doors saying, can we be part of the journey? And I think it is possible. I really want to say another point, something very critical. It should not be missed from yesterday. You heard the NHIF saying they have stopped declaring and they shall not declare. Did you hear that? This is my appeal to us. And I have been saying it in many forms. We need to look beyond NHIF. I know, you make phone calls, you say, and I know there are some who believe, nikipata tu NHIF, business yangu up. Those of you who are in NHIF know the story is different, isn't it? You know it is very different. Let us agree together. We are not discarding NHIF. We will never. Because also NHIF is going nowhere. But it is better to shikane mkono sisi kwa sisi. Much better. Even if they remove our contracts, we say, okay, fine, but we will run with our own health system. This is my pledge to you. God willing, this coming year, by the time the new contracting cycle starts, we should have in the Kenyan market a RUPHA card. Can we agree on that? By the time the next contracting cycle starts, we should have what? A RUPHA card. Let it be an option to the Kenyan public. Equal option. So that if for some reason the National Hospital Insurance Fund refuses to accredit your facility, you can put there your banners, RUPHA card accepted here. Sawa. And Harrison Meru, CEO Smart, you have promised us, and our friend Chris Kirubi, who is a big supporter of RUPHA, he listened to us. Chris Kirubi listened to us and said, I am on board. That's what he said. I am on board. Hako Industries, Smart Application, by the entire family of Chris Kirubi companies has been here, if you haven't noticed. They have been here in one form or the other. There was Kenya Alliance. You saw Kenya Alliance? They were here. Hako was here. Smart is here. This is what I'm telling you. Not only is the health system changing, but more people are believing in us. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. Next year is going to be a much better year. Asanteni.
Thank you, Chairman. Before you sit down, all of you, I think also I want to congratulate you for the work that you have done and the passion that you have for this association. This association has a very bright future, and not only the association, for each and every member of this association. There are big opportunities within the association, and it will only get better. Before you sit down, actually, you mentioned the Chris Kirubi's establishment. Harrison is here, and Esther. They have whispered to me that they have a gift for the EXCO. So I want to request Esther to come forward. Before you sit down, she has said that this is amazing, that the entire committee, at the stroke of a pen, all the members have endorsed your leadership. And therefore, she would like to gift you as an EXCO. As we wait for Esther to bring the gift for the EXCO, I want to move to the next agenda as you hold. I want to read out the branches that have met the requirement for Section 26 of RUPHA Constitution, that is formation of branches, and they are as follows. One is Busia with 8 members. Can I see all the people from Busia region? Because you need to elect your representative today. Very good, most welcome. The other branch is Ebu with 9 members. Ebu, can I see you? Dr. Jage is there and the team. Great. Kajiado, 12 members. Very many of them. Let me see by the show of hands. Where is Kajiado? Very good. Favor is in Kajiado. And I can see some other hands behind there. Then there is Kiambu, 10 members. Can I see the 10 members from Kiambu? Very good. Then there is Kirifi, 14. Congratulations, Kirifi. Those are many members for RUPHA. Excellent. Then there is Kirinyaga, 19 members. I had a clap for Kirinyaga. Let me see Kirinyaga people. Excellent. Then there is Machako, 6. Meru, 6. Mombasa, 12. Nairobi, 15. And Nakuru, 18. That's where the chairman comes from. And Clara, the Secretary General, 18 members. And Nyamira, 6 members. Great. Which region has the highest members? Kirinyaga, followed by Nakuru. Excellent. So each of those regions, just be thinking through the person you want to elect as your branch coordinator today. And that is the person who will be representing your interests at the national level. So thank you very much. Now I want to request Esther to come forward and give to this committee.
Thank you so much, Dr. We want to appreciate the executive team of RUPHA for having worked with us. They have held our hands. They have introduced us to great people. But I want to make a correction. We have gifts for everyone. So please pass by our desk as you go out. So we want to make sure that we give you Christmas early. So please pass by our desk. Thank you so much.
You can take a photo as you receive your gifts, if you so wish. And thank you very much, Esther and Harrison, Smart Applications, for providing the gifts for us and for everyone. Good. Okay. Okay. Now I want to start with the first region that I read on the list so that you can give me your coordinator. Busia, can I get a proposer for the coordinator for Busia? Where is the microphone? Who would be proposed as a branch coordinator for Busia? I can see a hand behind there. Who has the microphone? Can you pass the mic so that we can save time? Pacifica, do you have the microphone? Chairman, take your gift. I know you are tired. Good. Put it on.
I'm proposing Apex Hospitals, Dr. Simon Delech, to be our coordinator.
Thank you very much. Dr. Simon Gedeji of Apex Hospital has been proposed by, what is your name?
Vincent Ogutu.
By Vincent Ogutu. Can you put that name down, CEO? Where is the CEO? Write that name. Who is going to second Dr. Simon Gedeji? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm asked for the second. Yeah.
Sorry, for purpose of the right name, is called Lilechi, not Gidinji. I second.
What is your name?
Eugene Musungu.
Thank you very much. So Simon Lilechi has been elected as the branch coordinator for Busia. Thank you very much and congratulations. Can we see Simon? Can you just start, come in front? We need to see you as we move to Embu. He has been elected in absentia, I'm told. Embu, a proposer, pass the mic to Daktari behind you, Pacifica. Embu?
No. Okay. Representative for Simon Lechi, Apex. I'm grateful for the appointment. I'll give him the report.
Very good. Pass our regards. Embu?
I'm here.
Proposer? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Muriuki from Municipal Medical Center in Embu County. I propose Dr. Njage, County Hospital. Thank you.
Who is going to second Dr. Jage?
I second him.
Who has done it?
James, Liberty Nursing Home.
Very good. Dr. Jage, congratulations. Kajiado, proposer for Kajiado. Watu wa Kajiado mko wengi, 12 of you. Who are you proposing to be your leader? Can you stand and mention the name, say your name and who you are, then you propose? David Mosita proposes Penina Mareru. Who is going to second Penina?
I second Penina Mareru in absentia.
Your name?
Ann Maina.
Ann Maina has seconded Penina Marero. Congratulations, Penina, in absentia. From Kajiado, we go to Kiambu. Kiambu, you are 10 of you. Who is going to be proposed? Who is proposing? Watu wa Kiambu. Aya, there is somebody here.
I propose David Buru. He seems not to be present.
David Buru in absentia. Your name? Yes.
Jane Moshiri.
Jane Moshiri proposes David Buru in absentia. Who is going to second? David Buru is from which facility and who is going to second?
St. Anne's Medical Clinic.
St. Anne's Medical Clinic. Second? Dr. Patel, you come from Kiambu. All right, Dr. Patel. Then we move to, from Kiambu to Kilifi, 14 members. Who are you going to propose? Kilifi. Watu wa Kilifi wako wapi? Ndio huyu hapa nyuma yako Pacifica. Kilifi.
My name is Joseph Katana from Watamu Maternity and Nursing Home. For Kilifi, I propose David Shungu from Kijanaheri Medical Center.
David who?
Shungu.
Shungu. David Shungu. Who is going to second David Shungu? Nyuma yako pale kuna mtu ana second pale. David Shungu. David Shungu yuko hapa? Sawa, in absentia.
I'm Albert from Chamalo Medical Center. I second David Shungu.
Hapo mmepata kiongozi mzuri. Asante. Kirinyaga, 19 members. Propose your leader.
Margaret from Kirinyaga County. We had a meeting on Wednesday and we proposed White Rose Director, Michael Kareithi.
White Rose Director, Michael Kareithi. Who is going to second? Kareithi. Aya, hapo Pacifica.
I'm Hilary Nyamo.
Very good.
From Kirinyaga. I second.
From which facility, Nyamo?
Sigma Medical Center.
Thank you very much. So Kareithi has been elected for by Kirinyaga people. Machakos. You are 6 of you. Who is going to propose someone for Machakos? Kuna kitu hapa nafikiria. Tumechagua akina dada. Ladies, have they been elected or we are electing men? Can I propose that we have a lady from Machakos? Susan who? Susan Kathenya has been proposed by Karaoke, by Joseph Karaoke. Who is going to second Susan? Yes, there is this lady here. Your name and the facility?
I'm Elizabeth Mudanje from Masi Medical Center. I second her.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is that the first lady that we have elected today? There is another one. Very good. Then we move to Meru. Meru, 6 members. Propose somebody. Twende haraka haraka because now it's time for lunch. Where are people from Meru? Can I see you by the show of hands? Is there anybody from Meru? I think we skip Meru for now. You will tell me whether they are here. Mombasa? Mombasa, you are 12 of you. Buxton ni nani? Oh, mpatie microphone. Anataka kupropose? Oh, you are the one who is proposing him. George Makori Baxton has been proposed by David Musita. Let me get somebody from Mombasa to second then.
I second.
Your name and facility?
My name is Robin from Mikindani Medical Center, Mombasa.
Asante. Wewe umechaguliwa. Congratulations. Nairobi, 15 members. Tuko wengi. Who is going to be proposed for Nairobi?
I am proposing the lady from Penda. Penda, what was the name, Penda? I think we need a force like you in Nairobi.
My name is Michelle Oguna.
Michelle Oguna from Peda Health. Who is going to second?
I second.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Peda Health. Good. Nakuru? You are 18 of you. Who is proposed for Nakuru? Patiana microphone pale nyuma.
My name is Kefa Lubuti. I propose Agri Ogega from Polyclinic.
Agri Ogega from Polyclinic. Who is going to second Agri? Kuna second hapo. Good.
Samuel Ngala, Aitak Hospital. I second from Nakuru County. I second that.
Very good. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Nyamira. There are 6 members here from Nyamira. Whom are you going to propose? Watu wa Nyamira? Walikuja? So I did not get people from Meru and Nyamira, so those 2 branches we have not conducted elections today. We'll get an opportunity to elect leaders in those branches. Can we get all the leaders who have been elected today to come forward, starting with David? Please come forward so that the members can get to see you. And you also accept that leadership role. Come forward. Come forward. Pass the mic to them just to say their names and to accept that responsibility. Please go ahead as we wait for the others.
Okay. Thank you very much. As you have heard, my name is George Makori. I come from Mombasa, Baxton Hospital in Mombasa. I really appreciate for the confidence that has been bestowed on me by my colleagues from Mombasa, and actually by extension, the entire RUPHA. RUPHA, when we were initiating it, when we were starting it, we had big ambitions, and I believe we are going far. Going by the numbers that we have here, I can see we are going far. By next year, we should be triple this number, and our dreams are still big. And because of this, I would also want to request that members, as we come to RUPHA, I would not want us to look at NHIF. I would want us to start befriending NHIF and look at a way we can collaborate together and work together so that we have easy business in a form of collaborative relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jagi, Director County Medical Embu. Let me say I'm delighted to have been elected to join RUPHA team, the one we expect to move health profession in the right direction. I think it is the right time now we diversify out of NHF because it is the way to go. And I promise that is I work the best of my ability to make RUPHA a success in years to come. Asante.
Thank you, Daktari. Next.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Michelle Oguna. from Penda Health. Actually, I just joined Penda 3 months ago, and this is my first meeting, so I'm really humbled and honored to be the representative for Nairobi region. I'm a senior manager for external affairs, specifically dealing with government relations. So I'm the one who deals with the government institutions at Penda. So I'm really happy and honored, and look forward to a grateful year. I think I'm just learning about RUPHA, and you've done a lot in 1 year, so it's very commendable. Looking forward to a really fruitful year, and thank you very much.
You are the right leader for Nairobi. Congratulations again.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Kadenya from First Community Hospital, Mulolongo, Machakos County. I accept to be the coordinator for private hospitals in Machakos, and I thank RUPHA for this far. My facility is just 1 year old. I've known RUPHA a few months ago, but we are moving forward as a family. So far, so good. So thank you so much.
Your facility is going to grow faster with RUPHA. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. I think you may take your seat.
No,
Vice Chair.
something for them.
Ah, they have gifts as well. Good.
We also have a gift for the new team, because we want to encourage them to come and continue with the work of sacrifice to the members. First thing that we are going to give them is our 5-year strategic plan, because they need to acquit themselves with these documents, and there is a bazaar to the members in their counties. The second thing is that together with our friends and partners, HACO Industries, together with HACO Industries and RUPHA, we want to also to give them a gift, so that as they go back to their region office, they can tell them of the good place that they have come from. So I want to ask Dr. David Msita just to pass a copy of the strategic plan each. Okay, we take a picture. This memo is okay. That's it. Yeah, that is it. A gift for Mombasa County. Please, let's appreciate Mombasa. Thank you. A gift for this Kirinyaga County. Please appreciate Kirinyaga County. Thank you so much. Busia. Come step forward. Gift for Busia County. Please appreciate Busia County. A gift for Embu County. Oh, HACO representative is here to give Embu County their gift. Appreciate them. Yeah, she will say something. Yeah. A gift for Nairobi County. Please appreciate Nairobi County. Thank you so much. A gift for Masaku.
Yeah, you can take this one.
Gift for Machakos County. My brother will be for Nakuru County. Yeah, we give Nakuru. Thank you very much, Nakuru. Asante sana. We wish you all the best in your new assignment. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll do good.
You want to say something? Okay. All right, thank you so much. Once again, I appreciate this gesture. The election was free and fair. There was no rigging. And I really appreciate the gesture and participation and confidence that you have in the leadership, and I congratulate the leadership that has been elected, especially the newcomers in the regions, so that they can continue to build the regions and mobilize more members. Thank you very much, all of you, and may God bless you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of that session. I want to thank you all for your participation. I know there are a lot of people who had wanted to say something. Our friends from HACO, I'm sure you want to say something. But maybe you can stand and wave. I think we have, I don't know whether there's a mic near there. I do not want you to come here. Just say hello there, and we finish this. Is there a microphone there? Ilienda wapi? Nani amechukua mic? Hii hapa. Just rush. Just a quick hello. So this is how I want us to finish this. We can get a short prayer from 3 people. I am proposing somebody from Mombasa. Sijui kama Mombasa nyinyi uomba. Mnaomba. And I think Daktari, yes, let me come there. That mic is off. I think our Muslim brothers should also play. Sindio? What do you guys think? Do you think our Muslim brothers also get a chance to say our prayers? You know, in the spirit of collective association, right? So our friend from Daktari from Daily Hospital, wewe utaomba leo, maombi moja. And I don't know whether, Dr. Patel, do you pray? Dr. Patel, you pray? You say a prayer, and then ule Mkristo ule kabisa Pentecostal ako wapi? Hapana favor. Favor anaomba sana. Can you, here I need a proposer. Who? Oh, Eugene Musungu. Nimeambiwa you are a reverend from Busia. You will close for us. Okay, so Hako?
Okay, you can hear me? My name is Diana Munyika. I represent HACO today, and actually it's a great pleasure to have me in this forum. And all I can ask RUPHA is that we use HACO sanitizers. We have Amara sanitizers there. So let us have your contacts. We have very competitive pricings. Tutawapatia bei mzuri, mtumie HACO sanitizers. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you. And thank you for sponsoring this. Please pass the mic to our friend Daktari from Bailey Hospital. I'll ask all of us to be upstanding. Now, I am told, hapo nyuma hii merchandise haitabaki hapo. Please pick any 4 items for just 2,800. Or pick any 2 items for 1,500. Tumesikizana? Any 2 items, 1,500. If you pick 4 items, you can pick them for 2,800. Let us support the association. So this is your opportunity to grab something up there. Daktari.
Hello, everybody.
Yes.
I'll say a very short prayer in Arabic. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Amen. Thank you. Dr. Patel.
Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Tukpa Bhavet Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Amen. Thank you. Dr. Eugene Musungu.
Let's believe and pray. our Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this day, the 11th day of December. We are grateful, Lord, because you've enabled us from different parts of this country to be able to gather together for the convention from yesterday. We are grateful, Lord, because of the activities that have gone in place in this particular place where we've been hosted. We are grateful, Lord, because of our leaders for RUPHA. We are grateful, Lord, because of the opportunity that you've given them once again to lead us for the next year for RUPHA. We thank you for all the guests and the visitors. We thank you, Lord, for all the sponsors who've been able to participate in this convention. And the Lord, we are just looking forward to a better 2021. We are optimistic that, Lord, the plans that have been put in place in the strategic plan from this year to 2025, that all those shall materialize, Heavenly Father. We are praying, Lord, that even as we depart from this place and go to our respective places where we've traveled from, that you shall grant us journey mercies. You shall bless us even in all our endeavors. And Lord, even as we anticipate uncertainties, especially as far as the situation of healthcare is concerned, we are praying that, Lord, you shall give clarity and help us to be able to gain right perspectives and be able to have our strategies aligned in a manner that we shall be able to strengthen the healthcare of the communities where we work in. And we bless you for this day, even as we shall be breaking for the meal and traveling, that you may be with us. Bless everyone here. Bless those who have been represented by others and who may have wished to be here also in person, but because of many challenges, they were not able to travel. And bless RUPHA, Lord, as we look forward to better times in the future, that we shall grow and be able to pass this over to our generation and even the generation after us. We thank you and we bless your holy name. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen. Thank you so much, Dr. Msungu. Members, I declare this AGM, second AGM of RUPHA, officially closed. I wish you God's blessing, God's mercies as you travel. Feel free to visit the stands. Intermedica is here, Jua Solar, Smart, Ecomed. Feel free to interact, and we look forward to seeing you again. Yes. I am told that the directories on the table you can take. Kama huko na karibu na directory, grab one. The only thing you are not allowed to take is the cake. I am watching those who are taking the cake. Kuangalia sana.